It's another Windows Utility Update day. I wouldn't normally do 2 big updates, but last time we did a bunch of PRs, but we never really did a merge into the main branch. So we're still sitting in around April 20th for our last update. It'd be in May 9th, a couple weeks later. We need to probably merge the one in. Now, I normally only do 1 update a month, but in May, I think we're going to have a couple, maybe even 3 or 4 big merges, mainly because we're getting a lot of pull requests, a lot of contributions, a lot of code to review, and that is the stream today. Windows Utility pull requests, and then some cleanup too. There's some things that have I kind of wanted to minimize and simplify a little bit. Also, one comment that stuck out to me on one of my last Windows Utility videos was possibly like a drop down or a way to hide some of the massive library of applications. Either we cut down on the applications or we figure out a way to make it a little bit more noticeable. So yeah, we'll see how that goes. Oh man, how's it going? Low bro in it. Surprise, how y'all doing? Goat. Oh man, it has been great. If you just clicked on my stream, you thought it was a highlight. That's awesome. It's an awesome take. Oh man. Yeah, and it's been great. I've actually really have enjoyed streaming. It's been a good way to continually develop Windows Utility, because a lot of times if I'm just looking at the code by myself, it's just a little monotonous. Code review is. It's not the most glorious thing, and it's kind of fun to have people there to either make fun of the code reviews or praise them, and it gives a little bit more of a light of what pull requests look like in GitHub, because there's developers that are like just deny all pull requests, and some developers just like, oh yeah, we'll just accept everything and then blow up the project. So it's nice to kind of strike that balance and show, you know, proper collaboration through GitHub. Oh man, well, good to hear. Emo Giraffe, favorite creator, discovered in 2024. All right, man. It's kind of funny. Like I initially cut my teeth on YouTube with Linux, of all things. And honestly, when it comes to Windows Utility, I've made it pretty like, here, let's pull up Windows real fast. But I think what I'll also do is make a toolbox for Linux as well. There's a lot of tools in Linux that I'm like, oh man, you know, it would be great to utilize this. And I'm always constantly doing this in Linux. And I think we could do a same kind of thing, either from a binary perspective, but I honestly kind of want to do another kind of script. And Bash has some really cool menus. And a lot of people don't realize how good you can make a Bash script look. So I'm thinking the same kind of design as the PowerShell script in Windows in Linux. And we fix a lot of issues, things that people always do, such as like gaming setup and other really kind of fun things. We'll obviously only make 2 supported platforms, Arch Linux and Debian. And pretty much there's so many forks of those that obviously the forks, it'll probably work as well. But that would be my primary test branch for that. That's my looking glass isn't working. Let's troubleshoot that for a second. What am I doing here? Did that ever pop up? Well, maybe it just needs another. I just needed another go. All right, now we're in Windows. Oh, and one thing we haven't done in Windows, probably, let's pull up our PowerShell. This is going to be interesting. One thing that I kind of want to look at is our GlazeWM. Oops. CD glaze. Oh, what did I make this? LA? Yeah, LA. I need to rebind my alias and my PowerShell profile to that. I think what we need to do is grab this config and upload this to my GlazeWM. This was, I think, done by, was it Phoenix or Init? I think it's Phoenix. but somebody from chat was like, hey, check out my config, and I stole your config, and I forgot to upload it to my GlazeWM. It was Phoenix, yeah. Phoenix, this is amazing GlazeWM configuration, bro. You've outdone yourself, and I am here for it. I gotta tell you, whew, it's a pretty sweet GlazeWM rice, and I meant to upload this, so let's do that. If we go over to GitHub, do we have GlazeWM? CD GlazeWM. Oh my gosh! Whoa, what was that? Okay, I think somebody joined us on YouTube. I set up audio alerts because YouTube is infamous for not displaying properly in the chat. KB, thanks for joining the membership. I made an alert that basically just screams at me anytime joins members on YouTube, so I don't miss them, because I think in the last stream I missed a couple people joining YouTube members. So if you guys hear just something screaming at me, that's what's happening. Yeah, YouTube chats, there's nobody over there yet. There's a couple people that joined membership that can chat, but they're just not. So like, here's me typing and you can see it. Thanks, Charlie. I'm working on getting the alerts directly on here. But yeah, the members can chat over on YouTube. But if you're on YouTube watching and you don't want to join, I totally get it. You can also use Chatterino and just jump through Twitch IRC. And that way you don't have to watch on Twitch if you don't want to. So that is me saying shenanigans, except at a really, really loud part, because I never want to miss someone giving me a dono. That's not cool. I don't want to be that guy. I'd be like, I'm too important to recognize the people that helped. So that's why I love the shenanigans. It just screams at me. I'm like, oh, okay, stop what I'm doing. But it shouldn't happen that often. Thanks, KB. I appreciate it. Have you swapped between Windows and 11? Yeah. So I like to run Windows 11 inside my Linux. There's certain things Windows still I utilize, and certain things I like Linux for as well. Oh man. So yeah, back in the day, doing that was wild. Absolutely wild. I was doing PCI pass-through. One of the first PCI pass-throughs I ever did was on Twitch stream, and it's been fun, man. I love streaming. 24-hour stream. Woo. Okay. I went a little overboard. I went a little overboard on my alerts. Some of them show up, some of them don't. Oh man. Well, thank you guys. Thanks Matt. Thanks the Wolf. Who needs to be a member to chat? I have money. Oh man. But yes, I love the new setup, and I'm going to try and stream more. Right now I'm just getting Tuesday, Thursdays in, but I do want to get more streams, as I've been making a lot of YouTube videos as well, and I have a lot on my agenda. Actually, just to give a little recap of what I got planned for you guys. One, Clippy is back. I found a project that's kind of wild. It's like WinPilot, I think it's called, and it brings Clippy back, and Clippy murders Copilot. I love it. I'm totally here for it. I think that's just amazing. So yeah, that's a lot of fun. And yeah. And so that's one upcoming one, and then we have Bash fix. I really have so much Bash work to do, and then I'm working on a comprehensive Windows to Linux advanced user or power user video, and that one's gonna be probably 30 minutes to an hour long on the main channel, which is really long. Probably won't do very well, but at the same time, I kind of wanted something to lay out things for a more power user Windows people coming into Linux, and that was something that I've been working on. Proxmox with user scripts is crazy powerful too. Atlas OS, I've always been wanting to revisit it. Helix, I talked a little bit about. It's like a Vim alternative. And then Let's see. Titus Pi update. Still need to do that. Man, there's just so much. So much to do. All right. All right. All right, guys. Here we go. Here we go. Let's jump into it. Let's get going with this stream. First, let's update GlazeWM first, because that is something I do need to do. And can I tab that over? Yeah, there we go. So now we've got that. If we LA that, we got our config. And we're just going to lazy G update to Phoenix config. Let's put that out there. So if anyone's grabbed my GlazeWM config that Phoenix gave me, it is on GitHub now. So that's our first commit of the day. Have you bound ZI to Control F in Bash? I have not. I should. That's a good idea. It's a brilliant idea, actually. All right. So that's done. Let's come on over to WinUtil. What do we have? Let's just get pull. All right. Yeah. You have Phoenix to thank for that one. So this one, let's pull it up. And this one's going to be comms. So we have home, comms. We're going to grab WinUtil. 18 pull requests. Oh my word. What is happening? Just in the past week? Because we just cleared this out last week, right, guys? That is wild. Holy hell. All right, let's get going. Coding Wonders took this out of draft. Coding's stuff's usually spot on. Usually love it. Him and Conti been going back and forth. Conti's the one that made MicroWin and committed it first. Coding Wonders been kind of working out some kinks with it. Now they're working on this using DISM tools. That's a cool project too. All right. They're looking for corruption on integration of the drivers. So like whenever you make MicroWin, what Coding Wonders is trying to do here is import your drivers on your current system directly into that ISO. So you won't have to re-download anything on a fresh install, which is kind of nice. This change is ready to be pulled and perfect. And then we did a couple different changes. Ready for a review, requested a review. Let's review it. Let's see, it's quite a bit. So we got a new variable in invoke WPF MicroWin. We're adding that, import drivers. Adding a new import drivers directly here. All right, 1 second. And there's that. Failed. Actually, you know what? Let's do it a different way. We've been talking about it, but I think really the way to do this would be... What was my text editor? I forget what I made my hotkey for cursor, but we'll just do that. So we were doing this last week, and I wanted to kind of get in the habit, instead of reviewing it on the web, to actually do the PRs directly here. And what we can do is pull the PR up and hit description, and we get all of the review done directly in, well, the code, basically, or VS Code. So you don't really need AutoHotkey on Linux, because you can pull direct bash scripts and just reference them with any hotkey. So Windows limits certain things down, right? Most of the system's locked away. You can modify and hack Windows to do pretty much whatever you want. It's just more complex and a little bit more of a janky solution. Like the window manager is a perfect idea of it. Obviously, the GlazeWM looks great, and it has a lot of the same functionality as, you know, DWM over here. But obviously DWM is just light years ahead of anywhere that GlazeWM can ever be, or any tiling window manager on Windows, because you have all this crap you can't get rid of. Like, yeah, you can get rid of the start bar, but inevitably something's going to happen and it's going to reinstall on an update, or Windows will bring all this back. So yes, you can tack this on top of it, but you really can't change it. I say all this because when Linux, you don't have to worry about all this. So you don't need workarounds like AutoHotkey. What you can do is you can just come in here and essentially just change your bash RC to do whatever you want. So let's go bash RC. And this is the difference between like Linux and Windows too. And the hardest part of switching from Windows to Linux, especially from a power user, I think power users are the hardest thing to get right. It's because you're trying to do it the Windows way in Linux. And that way just isn't needed. You can do more simplistic approaches. So making aliases and stuff, obviously you can do the same thing with like PowerShell over here, but you can take it even a step further. And instead of doing it in bash RC, actually we can just do it in a window manager. Or if you're in like KDE is probably the easiest way to do this is through system settings, and then just bind global hotkeys to whatever you want to do. You can bind it to a script that you just make. Like if you go into .local bin, these are all of my executable stuff. Proton restarts a custom script. So I'll just show this real fast, just because this is a great thing. You sound like a Windows power user with AutoHotkey, and I want to show you this because it does kind of unlock your brain a little bit on how to do this. So let's, any editor here, this is what this does. It assigns Proton core variable. It does a for loop. It looks for these programs running, and then it kills them. So that's a basic script, right? Think of it like an AutoHotkey script. So let's exit out of this. Now I could bind that script to any hotkey using DWM, but this is a bit more complex. And if you're just getting over to Linux, I want you to wrap your brain around it. So what I want to do, let's just go pkill user Titus. And I'm going to just go into KDE, get a more of a newbie friendly setup here going. Oh crap, I didn't, I forgot. One second. I forgot I changed my theme. Sorry guys, we're going to have to change the LightDM theme. One second. Another thing about Linux, once you start modifying it, you'll never stop. It's kind of an addiction, for better or worse. Does this theme have a session switcher? It does. Okay, we're just gonna grab Aether. Let's just grab that installation. Yes. Oops. And we're gonna get yes. This is DWM. Phoenix, you troll. He's constantly trolling. Never listen to Phoenix. It's not Hyperland. All right, let's just dispel this, right? One second. I gotta squash some people in chat. It is DWM. X11 DWM is what we're rocking here. Oh my gosh. Troll. Anyways, let's change Ether out. Let's see. Get it installed. Let's change set default WebKit theme. There we go. And we're going to change that. Actually, I think we can just grab this whole thing. And was there anything else we need to do? Set the light. All right. Sorry. Just changing out my display manager so we could switch over to a more noob-friendly layout. All right. Now we could do that. Unless this breaks our login. I don't think it will. I never break anything. Yeah, that's true. All right. So now we have that. Let's switch over into like Plasma. Need to get a logo for that. All right, so this is more of a newbie friendly setup. KDE, pretty basic. We've already kind of shown that Proton script, but so you can make any script that does pretty much anything. It's not even as nearly as limited as what you run into with AutoHotkey. So now we could just go pull up system settings, or actually let's just do hotkeys. Hotkeys, or shortcuts, yeah. Shortcuts is what it's called. So let's say you wanted to bind like a special key. Like you can bind any application to launch here, which is already like light years ahead of Windows because you don't have any like custom Windows bindings like Windows key and E will always open up Explorer. You can never rebind that. There's ways to like hack it to where it will, but this is just so much more open and better. But let's say you wanted to bind that restart of Proton to like Meta R. Let's do Alt-Shift-R or something like that. Let's see. Or no, Control-Shift-R probably would be a little bit better for me to reload Proton. So what we could do is just add new, Commander script, choose it, and then from here, let's go into .local/bin. And actually, I think we don't have the .sh, but we can actually cancel out of that. Let's just choose, instead of the script, let's go application. Oh, no, it didn't do it. One way around that. Let me cancel. It's so easy. So easy. .local bin Proton restart. Add. We're just going to force it in like that. And then let's go Control-Shift-R, apply. And then anytime I want to launch into this, I totally can. Sorry, there's some people outside my house watching them. What do they think they're doing? Oh, they broke down. Never mind. Okay, I think we're good. So anytime you do Control-Alt-Shift-R, it would launch this Proton restart script. To showcase this, let's launch into something that script would call or kill. Let's go. Let's think. Windows R. Yeah, that should grab it. Let's cat.local bin Proton restart. And let's just launch into explorer.exe or Reaper. I don't think I have Reaper installed though. What else do we have? Wine server. Probably like, let's launch a default Wine Tricks. That should push out like Wine server and some of these guys. So let's install this. Sure. Just going to create a blank extension just to showcase this in action. Or run Wine CFG would also work. That's a good one. But the whole point of like what Proton restart is doesn't really matter. It's just like a custom script that Hikari Knight made to reset Proton. So with this running in the background, you have kind of this going. We have Wine Tricks up and going, and let's launch into another one of these. If you go ps-aux, and we're going to grep wine, you can see we have Wine Tricks going in the background. Actually, don't see another one. Let's go. Actually, let's go Wine CFG. Okay, this one actually has Wine server going. So you have Wine server going, and this is going in the background. This is Wine CFG. It's launch Wine device and Wine server, and you can see Wine device and Wine server is part of that script. So when I go Control-Shift-R, it should launch it and then effectively kill a lot of those devices. And you can see it went ahead and killed everything but Wine CFG running in the background. Now, if we wanted Wine CFG part of that script, let's modify this script just like AutoHotkey. Obviously, this is going to crash because all the dependencies for it were gone. So let's change Proton Core a little bit. Let's go .local bin proton tricks. Sorry, I thought that was going to be a little quicker, but I just want to get this out just because this is going to help someone just coming to Linux so much. And we're going to go winecfg.exe. So we just added that. So anytime you see winecfg there, wine device or wine server, let's go winecfg, winecfg. You have that going. And if we look on our other terminal, let's just pxaux this. Pxaux wine. You can see wine server, wine device, winecfg. Now I'm just going to just do a simple hotkey. Boom. It's all gone. Made everything disappear. So that's AutoHotkey, but it's all baked directly into the operating system. So there's nothing that's shut off, and you can make bash scripts, you can make executables, you can make binaries, you can do anything and everything. Everything's on the table in Linux, where Windows kind of tries to gate some of these off, or there'll be artificial limitations imposed on you, and you can just do anything you can think up. The downside of this is you can also do anything you can think up. A good example of this is if you want to delete your bootloader, Linux lets you do it. You can do whatever you want, for better or for worse. And I love that. That's where you get into trouble, but also from a power user, I wanted to explain that type of workaround where normally with Windows, we launch another third-party application. Sometimes we pay for that application, and that comes on top of all this Microsoft garbage, and it sits right over here. And then it sometimes has access to some system resources, but a lot of times there's like a janky workaround to kind of get things working, like AutoHotkey. And I just wanted to kind of explain that and kind of show how I would take an AutoHotkey script, modify and change it into like a bash script, or pick your poison on that, and then bind it to a hotkey in the actual system itself. So you're not running some third-party program to interface to run that script anymore. Now it's literally part of the system, and it just runs all the time and can have any kind of privilege level that you set. You can lock it down to the user. You can make it system-wide. You can do anything. And that's the beauty of Linux that I think a lot of people can't really articulate very well, because it took me a while to kind of figure that out. And I hope that helps a lot of users when they do attempt Linux, because even the hardcore Windows users in chat, you know, I know some people are like, I just can't quite get my stuff there for Windows. I get it. But don't ever write it off. It's all possible. That's the thing I want to say. It may not be practical for you, but it's possible. Yeah. You can do whatever you want. It's just you have to reprogram your brain a little bit too. Like when I first came over to Linux, the thing that I wanted to do was launch Photoshop. And at the time in 2018, I was a big time Microsoft Outlook user. My whole world revolved around Microsoft Outlook. And Microsoft Outlook does not work on Linux unless you like the web version of Outlook, which it's gotten a lot better, mind you. It's not like the OWA of 2007 days, but it still sucks. And I was like, okay. And instead, I've just grown accustomed to just either using a different email client, which frankly, most of the email clients on Linux suck. There's very few that I enjoy. And, you know, a lot of times these days, I just put it up in my browser. Oh yeah, talking about hotkeys, remember Control F. True. Show us how to create a hotkey to remove that bootloader. Totally can do that. Yeah, another cool thing that most people don't realize. Let's say, here I was launching Windows here. Let's do Steam. Again, a lot of stuff sits on top of like this Windows layer, and then it tries to interface. Like Windows games, for instance. You know how Windows gaming is the best. No, we're not doing Helldiver. No more Helldivers. I'm done. I'm done with that crap. But the cool thing is when a game does run in Linux, and you got to do like Proton DB for that. Here, we'll just launch this game. It's already updated. The cool thing is it's all containerized, meaning it's not doing like some weird DirectX thing. There's a lot of compatibility and stuff going, but it's more containerized. You're on this screen. You want to quit out. In Windows, you're going to do Control Alt Delete or Control Shift Escape to pull up Task Manager, Alt Tab out, kill it. In Linux, it's a button, just like that. There is none of that. You just send the kill command and it's gone, which is cool. So now the funny part is I killed it, but I didn't really kill it. What is... We've still got some wine stuff going on in the background. Oh, that's pretty funny. This is still going. It's still going. Oh my god, that was hilarious. It would have been such a good demonstration. All right, we're good. It did leave a dirty wine instance open by doing that. What is happening? What is happening? Oh, I already broke it. We're only 30 minutes in the stream. Oh, it actually didn't kill it. All right, so we're just gonna pull up this version. All right. Well, normally it kills it more gracefully than that. Maybe I didn't have it load, but the idea is there. Oh no. Windows users right now. See, I told you, Linux isn't ready. There's some bugs. I could probably the Linux here. I'm gonna just take a big huff of copium real fast, and I'm gonna give you the Linux thing here. The proper way so that doesn't happen is to make a proper kill command script that's run through a hotkey, much like Proton Restart, and then use that to terminate the games. That's the copium answer from a Linux user. Windows user answer, well, that kill command quite didn't work because there's a lot of other processes running that didn't get killed. I'll let you all decide. Yeah, Windows Alt F4 kind of works. Sometimes. It just depends. You have much more high-level access in Linux to kill things a little better. Just reboot. That's the Windows way. Spoken like a true Windows user. Oh, man. I love it. Oh, all right. Let's go into our VS Code. Or cursor. Here we go. Read man kill. Yeah. And we could modify that. Whoa. Jeez. Holy crap. Scared the crap out of me. Old man, thanks for the super chat. Hey Titus, I noticed on your last member stream that your Windows install seems super customized. Do you have a video on said customizations or plan on making one? Yes, I do. Look up GlazeWM. It's about 5 or 6 videos back on Chris Titus Tech Talk. It shows everything. The main difference between that video and what you see today on Windows is we have new customizations. If you go to my GitHub and look at GlazeWM and that configuration file, we just updated at the start of the stream. And Phoenix down there, he's the one that made the config file. Who made it look so cool. Oh, God, you got the big head now. You got the big head now, I tell you. All right, let's get back into our PRs. Man, I really got sidetracked. I'm sorry. How far? I'm 40 minutes into the stream. All right, now we're getting to it. Whew. Unpopular opinion, average Windows users shouldn't customize their Windows instance to this extent. I'm sorry, I'm getting sidetracked again, but I got to respond to that comment. It kind of hurts me. I understand the sentiment behind Blademan. He's probably a sysadmin, and he probably prefers people don't customize their instance. Just do what the almighty Microsoft says. Use your Copilot. Use your default stuff with telemetry turned on, where they're able to feed all your documents and such to their AI in OpenAI and feed it until so it gets smarter, takes over the world. Sorry, I'm going to take my tinfoil hat off now. But to your statement, Windows users shouldn't customize Windows to this extent. I hate that statement. I understand the sentiment behind it and an average user not wanting to break Windows. And honestly, a lot of my toolbox, a lot of those customizations we make and change here, I make sure it doesn't mess with the average user. But I would never say that statement because I think you should enjoy your time on the computer. I remember 20 years ago when I was just an average user. You know, I'm a little bit above average now. I loved tinkering and figuring out new stuff. And there's that era of discovery that you can have on computers. Maybe whether, you know, I always talk about that era of discovery in Linux. And for me, these past 5 years, I've had just so much. It was like I was back in the early days of Windows when, you know, running like Windows 2000 and really loving that experience and tinkering with it and changing things. And, you know, you should really find something that you enjoy being in. And if you don't like your setup, you need to change it. You know, that's the thing. Like, if you don't like Copilot, remove it. If you don't like the standard window management in Windows, we'll add GlazeWM. Use workstations. If you don't want to use GlazeWM and you want more of a stock setting, you can bind stuff to virtual desktops. And virtual desktops aren't awful in Windows. Linux is still better because they copied it from Linux, but it's still not bad. And like, a lot of times the stuff I show, I don't think you have to use the stock experience of Windows. And there's a lot of things and changes you can make that can break Windows for sure. But there's a lot of things you can do that won't break Windows. And if anybody's watched me for any period of time, you'll know one thing. I love breaking things so much because that means I get to learn something and how to fix it, because I love breaking it, tearing it apart, fixing it, and building it back better. And that is, like, I think the almighty computer experience. Like, that just makes me feel so good inside, breaking something and then fixing it. And maybe it's just me and my OCD and just how I like to be on a computer. But back when I just used what worked all the time, I was miserable. I was really miserable in my just day-to-day. And that's why I do what I do. And that's why I kind of encourage you to explore and obviously take backups. System Restore is your friend in Windows. Full system backups, not a bad idea. If you want to use Macro Reflect and grab an entire image of your stuff, do it. If you have a Synology box, they have something baked in. So you could just use like active backup, which I think I have. Do I? Let's see. Oh, dang. Did I not? Oh, no. Active? Oh, man, we got to fix that. My backup's not working. Note to self. Let's download that. Another sidetrack here, guys. I know it says Windows Utility today, but we're gonna need to do something real fast. 1 second. Because backups are really important. I love backups. Never... Before going ham on your system, it's always nice to have a backup of it. All right. All right, here we go. So what I'm going to do, let's just go, oh, no, not the portal. Let's go active backup for business, PC, and let's just grab Studio PC should be there. I think I've wiped it out so many times. We're just going to delete that and let's create a new one. Let's just add this system to my backups here. And there's the light mode. I love it. Let's not go task, actually. Let's add a device. We're going to grab 64-bit. Yes. Launch that guy. I don't know what everybody's idea for dark mode is. If you're in Windows, you're going to be using some light mode. Flow launcher. I don't think I've used Flow that much. Need to take a look at it. All right, let's add this. 1 second. Let me do my credentials. I prefer not to show everybody that, which, you know, I will usually fail at. Pretty sure I've leaked my credentials about a gajillion times on this computer, but I like to pretend like I haven't. Okay. We're successfully done there. Okay. Connect to the server. And now we have Studio VM. And if we look at the view backup status, got that. And we're going to just grab a restore. Or let's create a task, actually. Titus defaults. Let's edit that. Let's just call this Studio VM backup. Sorry, I just really love having backups so I can just come in here and do it anytime I want. And what is the schedule? Backup by time, run on weekdays at 3 a.m. You know, I feel like we should back up by event. Probably just a startup, backup interval. Once every 12 hours on startup. Just because this is the VM, it's not going to be sitting there, and I don't leave my system on for extended periods of time. I feel like that would probably be a little bit better. And then for backup retention, let's see. Keep the last 10 versions. Okay. Let's look at these other ones. Got 18 versions to restore to there. Seems a little excessive. This is old Studio PC. And actually, let's just call this old. Schedule, manual, retention. Let's just keep the last 3 versions. Cool. Well, so like if you're in a business, I want to, you typically would do like grandfather, father, son type stuff. So you'd have, or kind of how I like to do it is probably one backup for every day. So Monday through Friday, one backup. And then for the monthly or weekly, you'd have one backup for every week. And then I like to have one more backup every month for 12 months. So typically for business, I'm a little heavy on the backups. I like to have at least a full year with points in time that I can easily fly back to grab snapshots or versions of files, those types of things. So that's typically how I run it in a business. That's pretty space intensive. I know that's like people are going, oh my God, Titus, that's like terabytes upon terabytes of usage. I'm like, yes, it is. But storage being so cheap, I'd rather have just an obscene amount of backups. And then usually there's like DR on top of this. So usually I'd do like Backblaze on top of this and then keep that going for as long as I can. So if we look, we got backup. You can view backup status. A little flashbang for you. You're welcome, Phoenix. And then it's backing up 184 gigs at 184 megabytes per second. So the restoration is actually be pretty fast here. I didn't even know we had that much. What was it? Oh yeah, must be like a game or something. So that is what I usually do. Sorry. All right, that was the backup side of things. Let's get back. Have you ever broken your SSD because you formatted it? No, SSDs are pretty resilient, and usually I mess around a little bit more on that. No, I don't think very many people are still using tape backups, Luke. Occasionally you might run into them a little bit in business just because they're so darn cheap, but it's a rarity these days. They're too slow. Have you verified your backups can be restored properly? Well, obviously I have on my current system. Like the Synology thing's pretty basic, and as long as you make an ISO, like if you're going to use like the Synology backups like I do, make the ISO. There's a recovery tool, Synology recovery tool. You have to launch it through Windows. They don't have a Linux counterpart for this, but there's a Synology. I don't think it's. Yeah, I guess you have to download it, but you can make the ISO for that, and then you just log into the ISO. It's a live CD, and then you just say restore to here, and then it just restores everything. It's perfect. So that's how I've tested it. And I've done that restoration process probably 12 times, something like that. Oh, the Flow launcher. Yeah, let's take a peek real fast, and then we're gonna go. Then we're gonna go. All right, let's go. I think I actually put this in the toolbox. No, it's like Spotlight, but for Windows. Okay. Or Albert for you Linux users. I think Albert does the same thing on Linux if you want to go that route. Different themes. Custom-made community plugins. Obsidian notes. You know, I loved Obsidian. If I wasn't so basic, I would still be using Obsidian. It's just like I rarely needed that kind of complexity for my notes. I just rather have a main start screen and just dump it all right into one little to-do list than have it all organized in Obsidian. I'm just how my brain works. But if you do require a lot of notes, Obsidian's amazing. Absolutely loved it. Yeah, it looks great. We can do Flow Launcher. Actually, let's just go here, and I want to say it's already there in the toolbox. Yep, here it is. Yeah, and Obsidian's really cool. The only thing I don't like about Obsidian, I guess, is how they monetize it with the cloud-based saves. It kind of makes sense. I just wish there's a little bit easier way to do it locally. Now, having said that, I did do my own local sync and everything, and it worked good. But, you know, I was like, eh. But, I mean, no hate on Obsidian. It's just, I wouldn't like... I just wish it was a little cheaper is all. Just use Obsidian Git. It's really easy. Oh, that's cool. Yeah, Sync Thing for that. Sync Thing does a good job. I could totally do it that route as well. What do you think about self-hosting email? Have you ever tried it? Oh my God, here goes another 10 minutes. I'm sorry, guys. It's just one of those days. I just see a squirrel and I just can't help myself. Have I ever self-hosted email? Once upon a time, I was a sysadmin and I cut my teeth on Exchange 2000 and 2003. And I gotta tell you right now, self-hosting on-prem Exchange still haunts my dreams. They're nightmares. Like some people dream of like some scary, crazy, like Stephen King thing. No. My nightmares involve Exchange. Because, my God, man, messing with block lists and different shenanigans with email. Kids these days don't know how well you have it with the cloud email. I saw an article the other day that said Russia hackers O365, which if you're not familiar, O365 has like a lot of business stuff. And Russia hackers. Sorry, I can hear the comments. Here you go. Put dark theme on for you. Steal agencies' emails after part of Microsoft's hack. So Microsoft got hacked on O365. Everybody got on Twitter and started screaming, hey, we got to get back on-prem. O365's compromised. As a guy that's done on-prem Exchange, I looked at this and I was like, that sucks. But I'm still not moving back to on-prem. Hopefully those Russia hackers don't do anything with my client's data, because, oh my God, on-prem Exchange scares me way more than Russia hackers. That is a super hot take. Don't spread that anywhere. I didn't say it, but every single sysadmin from the 2000 era will agree with me on that. It sucks managing Exchange. And it's not like Exchange is all that much better. I remember when the FBI had to like literally hack into businesses that weren't patching their Exchange servers and patch it for them because people were hacking on so many businesses that still ran Exchange. So it's not like on-prem Exchange is the solution. I just can't. I just can't with the on-prem Exchange. If it's a Microsoft Exchange, I'm like, just use O365. Having said that though, if, and this is a big if, I was going to self-host. One, if you don't have any kind of technical knowledge, just forget about it. Just stop, cut off this section, skip forward to when we actually start approaching the pull requests. But if you do have technical ability and you're just curious, I would have to subscribe to a service that does a lot of mail bagging. So it gets routed through like mail. Oh God, I think I've done Spam Hero, is MX Logic still around? Let's see, MX Logics. Oh my God, it's McAfee now. Oh God. I'm disgusted. Okay, don't do them. Spam Hero. Did they get bought out yet? Okay, yeah. Spam Hero is still self-owned. They hadn't gotten bought out by some big VC or giant corporate garbo. So Spam Hero is still $5 a month. It'll do mail bagging. It'll do spam filtering, and you're going to route all your email through there for $5 a month. Pretty good. And you're self-hosting. So if, let's say your server goes down, it'll just bag all your mail and then deliver it after it's done. And that's why we use services like that. A lot of people like from the security and privacy realm is more interested into the hosting your own email. And most of those guys are crazy. Like they're just straight up like wild. And then they'll be using like an iOS Apple or a, regular stock Android on their phone. I'm like, I just can't talk about this publicly. I just can't take those guys seriously. So, obviously smartphone, huge. I'm not going to get into privacy and security. I just don't care anything about privacy or security in that realm of things, because unless you're Edward Snowden, you're using Cubes OS for your Linux instance and everything's compartmentalized, and you're using like Graphene OS in your Android device, and you have burner phones that are so dumb. I just, yeah, or something like that. You have so many different obstacles to tick that it's just like, forget about it. And then you can't use any 5G towers, and there's all these other things to get around tracking and privacy and security. Unless you're willing to just throw all technology and move out into the wilderness, you're just never going to get away from it. So for self-hosting, I would probably do something like this. And for running the server itself, there's actually something that's done overseas a lot. I think Mail Plus. It's another Synology product. I know I'm a Synology shill over here, but this is actually pretty darn close to what your Gmail counterpart is. And it's pretty much free, I think, for 5 or 10 users. So if it's a pretty small business, or you want to just do it yourself with just maybe like some family members, this would actually be a pretty good solution that would be free on top of what you got. And you have really very close to Gmail functionality. And yeah, this was actually really good. I actually ran this a little bit, and I think I was going to do a video on it, and then I was just like, it's not worth it. And then I ended up moving to just like a G Suite hosted thing, just because, my goodness. Yeah. Anyways, sorry. That's the long of self-hosting your email. Totally doable. And it's still possibly. I don't know if Barracuda's still around. I use that a lot. Bro ain't doing a Windows May update stream. He's doing Let's Talk, fellas. You're not wrong, Blade. That is me. That's almost every stream, though. Let's be real. When have I ever been super focused? Oh, install Windows Server. It's been a bit. I am kind of interested in Server 2022, I think. All right. Thanks for coming to my TED Talk. We've done like 3 different TED Talks. Let's look at the code. All right. This is coming into WPF microwin. We are changing from add Windows driver to DISM, which is fine. Does essentially the same thing. I think add Windows driver isn't there for Windows 10, or this isn't there in many more Windows versions. We got one more change down here. Again, add Windows driver and DISM change. Inputs. Just changing the XAML file, just one line. Man, I like that. That's a clean PR. I like it. Squash and merge. Let's approve. And squash and merge. Is that backup finished? Nah, it's still backing up. We're almost there. Churning away in the background. Hey, you just told me to install it. You didn't say to use Flow Launcher. Besides, we're not getting sidetracked. We're doing PRs now. All right, we got that. Font size. What was I looking up here? Oh, should have read that error message a little better. Anywho. All right, test. What do we got going on here? I just want to turn off telemetry. Well, one does not simply turn off Windows telemetry. You can just minimize it. You don't want telemetry? Don't use a Microsoft product. That is the truth of it. That is the truth of the matter. What is this? All right, so we got a bunch of commits. I think I rejected this. And then we got a bunch more. This branch is out of date with the base branch. Okay. Borderless Gaming, APO, Compact GUI, GitHub, Free File Sync we looked at. EXIF Cleaner. Like all that. Yeah, that looks good. All right. I like that. He did change this commit. Looks good. I think I commented on this. Well, oh man, there's a lot of. It does not fall back to chocolatey when winget fails. I need to look. I want to say it does not. Can't remember if I coded that or not. The last winget update, I think. Yes. That is true, yes. So yeah, chocolate's not being used right now. We just added that tag so we could fall back to it. I figured for future use or to future-proof things, I wanted to make sure that that was possible. And then if it fails after a winget, we could do chocolatey. Let's add that to it. All right, let's merge this, right? Squash and merge. All right. Oh, geez, no. Oops. Escape. Did I? Oh, I checked this out. That's what I did. Still learning this. We're good. All right. GlazeWM. Yeah, let's take a look. I mean, we should probably add that. That's probably more important than any of these PRs. I feel like actually coding. I'm tired of code review. It's annoying me. It's like, hey, I just want to code sometimes. Let's just fix it, right? Let's make the fallback to chocolatey happen. We've been talking about it all this time, and it still doesn't do it. Let's just make that happen. Let's go. WinUtil winget latest. This is a install of winget. And let's see. WinUtil. Dark mode being, no, winget. Here we go. Now we have a nested loop in here. No, where the hell did I put it? Program winget. Here we go. So this is what we got. Failed to install program using winget. And dude, this looks awful. Let's nest another if statement. I feel like there's a better way to code this. This thing, God, someone's gonna look at this and go, Titus, you need to go back to programming school. To you, I laugh and I say, I never went to programming school. I'm a fraud. I just sit here and hack around until it works. Select all, Control K. Okay, here, we'll just do this. Add Choco install or failed install winget. GPT is my teacher. Teach me, GPT. Tell me, how would you do this? All right, perfect. That's not awful. Does that work? This nesting looks awful. I agree. All right, well, let's do a refactor. There's got to be a better way, right? Look at this crazy nesting. You got try, catch, try, catch, try, catch. And then you got if else, if else, if else. This is awful. This is the worst code ever. It probably would work. It probably would work, but we can do better here. We can do better. All right. I think let's just, can we recode, refactor this to not use if else and have bad nesting like this? Actually, I think it should just reference on this file. All right, what do we got? Do not touch it if it works. You have never met me, good sir. If you think I'm gonna leave well enough alone, that's some spaghetti code you got right there. Hey, we're going to a switch. All right, here we go. Why repair what isn't broken? Yeah, I mean, just because the code works does not necessarily mean you just leave it alone. Let's see what we got. Still looks like a lot of if statements. It's a little cleaner. So what it does is it goes through and says if, well, you guys can't see it, can you? So what it's doing, let's just pull this over. So this is the new suggestion from GPT. So we have our traditional one. Right now it's breaking it apart into functions. You don't necessarily need the functions, but whatever. And for the install program portion, it calls this function with the program. This is in the for loop. So for every program that's clicked, it's going to first try to do a winget install ID. And that's going to be from a system level. And then it's going to go, hey, that didn't work. Let's now start the process and install it from a scope user level. And then it's like, hey, that didn't work either. So then it's going to try to do it from an elevated prompt where it launches PowerShell with an argument start process winget ID here. Now, when it starts that PowerShell, Let's see, I don't see verb run as user is there. Okay, so that should start it. And then if that fails, so it's just waiting for these exit commands. And then it says, hey, if it happens, then it returns. Otherwise, it just goes to the next. A little bit better than the crazy nested loop. You should make WinUtil in C. Actually, we have. I have win one shot for that. And then if it fails from unelevated, attempting to start here. Do we like this solution better than the current nest? That's the question. Than this craziness. This probably would work. Yeah, we're actually using C# for the recode. Looks 100 times better. Now does it work? All right, GPT is taking over. Here we go. Magic. Rewrite my program. Bloop. All right, perfect. Now, let's save it. Let's come into our workspace too. Let's come over to WinUtil. Oh, why are we on this? Did I not switch the branch? Oh well. Oh, that's actually gonna fail. You know, the sudo command, I love the idea. Do we not have... Let's just do install gsudo. Oops. Let's try gsudo. I would like to not use an elevated prompt all the time. Kind of sucks. Let's try gsudo real fast. Any gsudo users out in the crowd? Gsudo is pretty cool. I bet it works better than the sudo command. Okay. Well, yeah, gsudo worked. Yeah, you know, it's kind of crazy. Like Microsoft waits like 5 years after gsudo. I think gsudo has been around for more than 5 years. And all they have to do is copy this guy's code, right? And maybe improve it a little bit, right? No, they don't do that. Microsoft just kind of does their own thing with sudo. It says, hey, we're going to implement sudo in 24H2. It's going to be great. And yet it still sucks more than gsudo. You go figure that one out, you know? Yeah. Anywho. Now let's test this guy. Let's just put that over here. Yeah, let's put that guy right there. Now, let's kind of like it as a half screen. It's kind of cool. What did you guys say fails on install? Was it like that free file sync? I think it was free file sync. Let's try to install that. Oh, I see. Okay. Good to know. Did I never merge this? I can't believe I went on another branch and then I never... Damn it. That's what I get for using VS Code for this. Anywho. Don't judge me. There's a slight modification to GPT. Still stealing their code. Nothing's wrong with gsudo. Gsudo still works great, as you see. All right. All right. Now free file sync. Free file sync. Install. Failure. Oh. It says it was successfully installed with unelevated prompt. Did it though? Did it? I don't think it did. That seemed to work just fine though. Yeah. Yeah. Imagine the next sudo update. Yeah. Let's go there. That did not work at all. Well, it kind of worked. Right here is a problem. So this needs to be fixed. Close that. GPT. Let's have you change this. This always returns 0. even on failure. What changes you making? So status progress. So before it was just status like that. Process. Oh, it might not have been able to return it because it was run as user. So process and then status.process exit code. It might be able to pull that. We can try it. I don't think it will. Yeah. So Dathis, we've been filling out the Cocoa program for a while. Oh, I see what you're saying. So program. That's right. So instead of doing this, I see what you're saying. This needs to be install WinUtil program Cocoa. And how do we specify that? This one gets called, ooh, yeah. So even if this did work, it wouldn't, because it's trying to install the winget section of it, which the program variable would be set to winget instead of chocolatey. Yeah, that's a good one, Dathis. Thanks for pointing that out. What is my opinion of Proxbox Mail Gateway? I haven't actually used that one, so I can't really say. I want to code something myself. 5 minutes later using GPT. Oh my gosh. Okay. I know. So let's take this. No. Return. I feel like we return like a specific error command and then launch into the chocolatey on failure. So instead of launching chocolatey over here, this should do like a return. How would I do that? Change this to return a special code. Okay. So then if now thinking on the return. So I want this on failure to return a special like code, like 42 or whatever. You know, it doesn't necessarily have to be the full function. And then spit over into that function. Maybe I could I don't want to call that function within this one. I want it to fail, return a code, and then if that does equal that code, then go ahead and launch the program. Huh. Yeah, I mean, a lot of the YouTube stuff, guys, YouTube chat, I just wish they would just like use an IRC based thing. Like I love Twitch chat. Twitch chat's amazing. I love the IRC section of Twitch. It's really what's good about it. Like YouTube does video delivery amazing. They do AV1. There's a lot of options. It can be really, really good. Although, you know, I need to probably look at my encoding settings as well. I'm waiting for Twitch to launch AV1. I know that should be soon. Improve the quality of the streams by quite a bit. Nice, Rux. On YouTube, Twitch IRC today. Nice. I think that's the way to go. I think that's really the best streaming experience you can get. Watch it on YouTube with Twitch IRC. If Twitch could just steal YouTube's video delivery platform, or YouTube could just steal Twitch's chat platform, I think it would make the perfect stream. What do you think about Run Zero? Yeah, probably Sudo needed to be replaced. I think Sudo's a little long in the tooth, so I'm all here. I'm here for Run Zero. All right, Phoenix, don't get off my back about Flow Launcher. I installed it. I need to figure out this return. If this function returns code 42, I need it to launch function install WinUtil program Cocoa. Ah, okay, there we go. Like it. So then we go programs to install Cocoa. Ooh, let's see where that is. I'll just accept that. 1 second. Let me cook here. I got it. Turn 42. You might be thinking, what's code 42? It's the meaning of life. That's what it is. All right. Programs to install. And then I want this to be programs to install right here. Where's this get specified? Yeah, we're working on the Cocoa as a backup install. I've been meaning to get to this. And I was just kind of hoping maybe someone would do it for me. But it's like, you'll set the entire kitchen on fire. It's true. Burn it to the ground so I can rebuild it better. All right, programs to install. So this right here is our winget. The invoke of this, that's right there. The big thing here, winget install. Argument list winget install, param winget install, if winget install. Okay. So when we're pulling down this WPF install, WinUtil checkboxes on install. I need to set this to the JSON Cocoa instead of winget and grab a whole different iteration of it. How do I specify the same one though? Yeah, no, there is no fallback. I never coded anything in and nobody else ever has. We've been mentioning the fallback for 2 years and we just never have done it. So this is actually one we're going to have to kind of workshop a little bit. So this is just an error check for winget install. This error check's not even working. Y'all notice that? That's lowercase. Oh, there's a bug. Let's fix a bug that doesn't even exist. Oh my god, you guys. All right, fine. Flow launcher. I launched it. I have launched Flow launcher. All right. Here. I'm setting it up right now. Alt space. There we go. Context. Tab autocomplete. Perfect. Query. Control H. Control I for settings. Item notification. Perfect. All right, great. Action keyword. You can do ping for a shell command with a greater than sign. S for Bluetooth for Windows settings. The lowercase s with a space looks like it references Windows settings. Weather pulls Google research, and SN for sticky notes. Okay. Start it on startup. Hide it. Done. There we go, guys. We did it. So if we go Flow Launcher and then we type, well, where's the Flow Launcher? All right, let's go Flow Launcher. Flow Launcher. There we go. All right. Flow Launcher. Huh. All right. So if we type, you got Visual Studio Code. It's not bad. I like the light theme. Is there like a, I was just wondering if you could search YouTube. Alt 1. So if you go Alt 1, oh, well, that's a different hotkey. My bad. Alt space. I think I might have bound Alt space to something else. Anywho, it's perfect. Flow shouldn't be paid. If it is, yeah, no, it's a open source free tool. Yeah, no, it's not paid. And you can install plugins and other things to get on search. That's cool. I like it. There you go. Are you satisfied? Was that long enough? Do I need to string it out over a 10-minute YouTube video? I can do that. It's a skill I'm very proficient at. But having said that, I really want to know. So what I'm thinking here, guys, is right now, the winget install, it gets win checkboxes and then it assigns this variable on the get win checkbox. The main issue here is this will create like almost an array of multiple checkboxes. Now we have to reference that with a Cocoa install that we'd also do the same type of thing with. The problem is most things will be installed with WinGit, and we would need to make sure that the chocolatey numbers would match and actually reference the proper number in the array over on chocolaty's variable. If we don't do that, then it's just going to randomly install some other thing we've probably already installed with WinGit over in chocolatey. So it's not as straightforward as I initially thought. Line 17, capitalize the I as well. Oh, you're right. That's also, thank you for that. Thanks, Rux. Oh, nice. Just coming over, Perry. Just learning of the streams this week, man. Well, I'm enjoying it. Like I've been streaming for about a year now over here on Twitch. Well, actually, I started back in 2000, back a while, and I didn't really know what to do on Twitch, so I was doing just long, like 7-hour long streams, and then I was doing like games every once in a while, and I was just kind of all over the place here. And it really wasn't until last April or May when I was like, you know what would be super interesting when I'm making videos? There's a lot that goes into the videos, and I'd like to do like a deep dive for every video I make live on stream. Obviously, most of people know me for is Windows Utility, so usually I get a stream like this every week or two, and then other stuff as well. I also need to mix in some C# programming. I think we need to do more streams is really the gist of it. I think I need to get to 3 or 4 streams a week if I could. Probably won't happen until I drop my day job, though. Yeah, I just need to focus. You know who you're talking to? But we're very close. Thanks for the sub, Lut. Let's just ask GPT. Look at me. I'm a real programmer. I just use GPT. Let's see. What do I want to ask you? I want to know how to change this. Do I have the basis here? Yeah. To also grab the Cocoa variable and assign it from applications to JSON and assign it to Cocoa install. And, oh my God, this is just going to be a terrible English. Look away, English majors. We're just going to do a massive run-on sentence. And so assign that to Cocoa install and reference the proper package for when WinGit install fails. This is going to spit out a bunch of crap. I think I needed to be more specific. I'm an AI kitty. I don't think that's... Well, that might work. It's changing the WinGit install variable to selected programs. Debug reference, that's fine. I don't really even think the debug preference needs to be there, though. Maybe. It doesn't matter. So then we got the status for each program in selected programs. Program.wingit. There's no way to reference this, though. That's not correct. It gives me an idea, though. Wait, I have year, day, minutes? No, I don't. Do I? Where do you see that? What? Oh, up here. Oh, okay. Top right. Oh, yeah. No, that's just the config. I don't care about that. I never actually look at the time. Phoenix totally trolled me. I looked through his code. I'm like, this looks good, Phoenix. Yeah, oh, turkey. I still love the theme, though. I'm okay with that. I just noticed that, though. Honestly, for that, I would prefer day, month, or month, day, year. Wait, what the hell? That's day 12. Where the hell is he getting 12? It's March. No, it's May. What month is it? What in the hell? God bless. It's the seconds. Oh no. It's this. Yeah, it's the minute. It's the minute. Yeah, it's the minute. Oh my god. That is brilliant. Oh. XZ backdoor, guys. Here it is. It's in my config now. It's Phoenix's doing. Let's go. Oh my word. All right. Does that oh, we need to reload it, don't we? Alt Shift R. Okay, there we go. Thanks, guys. That's a good troll, man. That was solid. Oh gosh. All right, we're good. It was a good catch. Yeah, I guess we could God bless. All right, we should probably do that. Now I'm just gonna leave it for now. I don't care that much. At least we fixed it. Month, day, year. I agree, Razzle. Razzle Dazzle's got what I like up there. If it was a file, I like the year, month, day format, because then it just auto sorts based on name, and then also modify date and other stuff you can change. So I like to, when I'm filing, naming things after date, I always do year, month, day. And then if it's displaying on my screen, I personally like month, day, year. Yeah. And you can also do, yeah, more elaborate with the date. Okay, let me look here. This is not helpful, really. So let's go to Get WinUtil checkboxes. Next, let's go to install. All right, if key starts with install, we're syncing winget. Winget value equals this. And if not string, do that. Else. So it would split it if the string was NA for the winget value. Oh. It kind of, so someone started this once upon a time for the fallback. It's spitting out that when the winget value is NA. So you have to specify NA for the winget value for it to fall back to chocolatey. I like it. Okay. We can make that work, actually. So the variable wouldn't change, and we could easily just specify, instead of doing some wacky return code kind of nonsense, we go... Yes. Okay, this is stupid anyways. We knew that when we made it, though. All right, yep. Program error, yep. Yeah. So when this is called, instead of just blanket calling like this is just stupid. Install WinUtil winget. You know what? I'm on the wrong branch anyways here. Let's change. I'm going to drop all this. What was that? What was I doing? This is when I did this whole switch stuff. The switch is better than the nested loop. I think obviously that's the correct way to do it. The nested is just a spaghetti string of BS, but you know, it is what it is. Let's come on over into our test branch. Let's fetch. I think I have something to pull too. We're just gonna come right and get the actual correct one. Now that we understand what to do from the application's JSON file to go into the chocolatey, yes, we just wasted 30 minutes of hacking around. Welcome to programming. It's just all about discovering how to blow something up, not blowing it up, and then going, okay, I figured this out. Let's just do one line fix. That's the beauty. Instead of doing that whole gobbledygook, what we're going to do is really simple. So you're calling the install for WinGet right here. Then you have the WinGet program install. This is where it changes, because when we're calling this right here for the WinGet install, this is, it's so close. I almost want to do the for loop and break this install WinGet program outside of it, because right now we have this for loop happening inside of it, and it's splitting on this comma. And some of these programs will be specified as NA. Or maybe I'm overthinking it. Yeah, I'm overthinking it. You know what? It's not exactly labeled exactly how I want it to, but what we can do... Oh, God. So silly. Switch. All right, let's switch. Change. Come on, what is going on? Change. Why is my H not working? What? Did I break my keyboard again? Okay, well. Probably. Damn it. Amazing. Give me an H. H? What? You know what? I'm just going to go back to Old Faithful. This old piece of crap Razor $50 one. You know what? Sometimes it just works. All right. Wait. H isn't working here either. Okay. Okay. What the hell? What am I doing? What is going on here? Oh my God. Is it the launcher? I don't think so. There's a ghost in the machine. Okay. We got it. I don't know what happened there. Apparently there was a button that was like held down or something. I don't know. All right. Sorry. Sidetracked. I was losing my crap there. So let's make this a switch statement instead of a nested if loop, if else. And do not make a function. GPT loves making functions. You've got to be kidding me. What in the hell? Are you seeing this? Well, what in the heck? Yeah. That's wild. Okay, maybe it just didn't like that. That was wild. Okay, let's just try and do simple advice. That was bonkers. That looks awful. Are you serious with this code right now? What's up with the indentions? Okay, GPT's trolling me. It's official. Okay, so we got status. This one's a little better. then it attempts it with this, relaunches status, and then we got an if else, and then it just switches. It goes from switches to if else statements. That makes it even more unreadable. That makes it even more unreadable. This is pretty funny. Send it. Oh my God. This is just crazy terrible. Okay, well, it makes my code look not that bad anymore. See? There's worse programmers out there called GPT. Oh man. That's pretty funny. It was saying, okay, let's be serious now for a second. I read a comment the other day saying, I don't know, people thought I had like a big ego or something. Totally get it. But I want to be real. I suck at programming. Let's just have no qualms about that. If you're watching me to watch a professional programmer to get pro tips for programming, I am not your guy. I'm the guy you tune into to see him completely break and you can laugh at me. That's what I do with programming. I know a little bit of programming. Little bit. People like the Primogen know, like, you can't see it. I don't have long enough arms in comparison to my little bit. So let's put everything in reference here. I did programming and object-oriented programming back in the 90s using C++ on Borland. I know squat, and of that time, I remember about 0.01% of it. So when I'm programming, yes, I'm using GPT. Yes, I am totally just shooting in the dark because I have no idea what I'm doing. And that's what you're looking at right now. Full stop. That's the truth. I tinker, I pound around, and then I'm like, does that look good to me? Yeah, that looks like it'd work. But all I'm doing is using common sense with no reference points or professional experience in the programming space, other than the fact I've made some scripts for sysadmin work. So I am pretty fluent in PowerShell. I am pretty fluent in some like bash scripting and stuff like that. But by no means am I like, oh my God, this guy's gonna get paid 6 figures to program. That's not me. It's just not. This is what we're looking at. So I at least want to specify that for anybody watching that goes, oh my God, okay. Damn, Titus, okay. That looks rough. And I'm like, yeah, I know. We're here to learn. This is a learning stream. You know, you probably know more than me. Let's just say that. I think I read a comment the other day going, what the hell? That's what's up. So I don't think I've ever said that out loud, but I needed to get that off my chest. Yeah. Bro ate program. Bro's brute forcing the code. That's what we do here. Dictionary attack. Brute force until it works. Yeah, I don't do clips on my streams anymore. So I'm waiting for somebody overachiever that likes me and says, hey, I'm going to make a Chris Titus Tech Clips channel. You go right ahead. Yeah. All right. Now that I've been done roasting myself for 5 minutes, let's fix this. I think what we're going to do is specify. All right, let's write a switch statement for when program equals NA to, ooh, how do we know that happens? Oh, here's the crux of it all. How do we know if it's chocolatey or winget? Let's see. We probably need to do like a if regex to see if there's a dot in the file name, because I think all winget installs, if we look at the JSON, all winget installs have a dot. So there's a dot, 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 and then all chocolatey installs don't have dots. I think that might work, actually. What do we think about doing a regex solution to say, hey, did we get this? I feel like that's a little hacky and it's prone to human error. However, that might just work. Yeah, it is kind of crazy on the how bad ChatGPT does sometimes. Although sometimes it does a really good job. Yeah, here we go. I don't really like this solution, but it is a solution. So what I'm thinking here is check if program is the syntax star dot star. That's not gonna register. Wildcard dot wildcard. If it is only a single word or single word with a dash, then send to function Coco. Okay. It's close. I prefer. So I don't think it's going to be, I can't remember how to ask that. It's a good idea, but I hate that, because then if there isn't a dot in a winget install and someone just specifies a single word, it'll think it's chocolatey. So it's not really the correct way to do it. It's an interesting way to try to tempt the code. And technically the code would just be awful and it would probably work, but we probably shouldn't do that. Yeah, we could just do that regex agreed Razzle. Yeah. I think really what we need to look at is what we're feeding this. So if we look here at the WPF install, when it's grabbing this winget install parameter, this parameter happens at the invoke WPF run space. Just close these. And if we look here, this is when it's specified for the install. So you got this winget value. And if it is a null or white space and winget value not equal to NA, then split. Else, grab the chocolatey command. And what I want to put here instead, I think we specify and add like a precursor to it and say WinUtil Choco or something like that, or Ewok or some strange command that makes sense, and then put that in front of it and then strip it out when you get to the install command and say, hey, does this precursor exist with like a wildcard after? Then go ahead and strip out the precursor, grab the actual chocolatey program and install it. There's got to be a simpler way than that, though. That's one solution that would be better than what I was thinking of. And it would be much more consistent than trying to just grab the regex. All right. What am I doing here? Best way to approach this. I think what we're going to do. Actually, I got an idea. I think overthinking it. I'm just going to hack together something. It's going to look like crap, but that's okay. Good night. This Copilot++ is just kind of going wild on me. But I want to be able to specify this install. Still doesn't quite fix it, but that's close. Oops. Okay, we got to turn off this. This is driving me crazy. Wait. Why is that? Why am I having so much problems with this? This is not where I want this. And I want to specify this value a little differently too. And maybe add a string to the front and identify it like that. Yeah, I think I have the PowerShell extension to it. It does help with syntax. Yeah. That looks okay to me. It specifies if winget value not equal to NA, then go ahead and write the value of winget to the winget in the JSON. Else, go ahead and sync Cocoa instead. The thing is, we need to be able to specify this value. Add fallback to the string that is sync. Let's go fallback dash to the Cocoa value pulled. What would that look like? Okay. That's not right. That isn't right because this is a run space. Can you try again? Well, we could just do a join. It's fine. Like go Cocoa value equals sync. Let's just reject this. This is fine. I got an idea. Let's give it a little bit more to work with. Cocoa value, go camel case, equals sync. And then we're going to do Cocoa value dash join question fallback. Actually, let's go dash fallback because it's already going to have the value from Cocoa. And what we want to do is just tack on dash fallback at the end of the thing. And then, so where's this get specified? See, it already gets specified here, which isn't going to be, it's not going to have that value yet. So I think it kind of messes it up a little bit. The thing about run spaces and PowerShell, it's a little bit of a mind F, man. Dealing with it's kind of unfun. And I'm not that good with it. Let's get the winget value up here. Else Cocoa value. I just don't know what kind of variable that's going to spit out, actually. Will it give me the right one? I don't think it will. Yeah, so what we're trying to do is pretty simple, right? We grab the value, let's say, let's just find a winget, let's go NA. So anything with winget NA in it, like this, we needed to fall back to chocolatey. And then what I want to do, while it falls back to chocolatey and makes the variable the chocolatey one instead of NA, right? Because that's just going to fail. What we need it to do is go, okay, well, instead of calling the winget program install function, we now need it to call a new chocolatey install function. So it's not going to try and do winget and then winget install NA. What makes it even more complex than that, that's actually relatively simple to do, is we're dealing with PowerShell run spaces, which there's just not very much documentation online about. So a lot of it is just kind of hacking around trying to fix that. And you might be thinking, why bother with run spaces? And the whole point of doing run spaces with PowerShell is because we don't actually, my thing's a script, not a program. Even though it looks like a program, everybody believes it's a program. It's really not. It's just a PowerShell script. All this ends up being just one PS1 file you're running. And that's amazing because everything's open source. It does it all live on your computer. So you're never actually installing any program. Everything's just done right there before your eyes, which is amazing. And run spaces is so important in that because if you don't do run spaces, it kind of runs like a turd because everything's run in serial. So one task has to finish before another one can start. Where run spaces can kind of do some threading and it can really utilize the system, and you'll actually, you know, it'll crank out some stuff by utilizing run spaces. It just adds a lot to the complexity of the program. So when you're doing modifications like this, it's a lot more trouble. Yeah, runs very linear instead of multitasking. Thank you, Razzle. Much better way of explaining things. So if we look at this, these are the changes we've made so far. Discard that change. This is really the main thing. That's just not what I want. Well, the value in winget dictates whether chocolatey should be used. So some programs only have chocolatey and some programs only have winget. And what we're doing is winget's going to be the primary install program. And then if it's specified in a, then we fall back to chocolatey. And that's really what we're trying to do with this. And what I want to do is be able to specify this is a chocolatey command. That's why I joined the Cocoa values string and tossed dash fallback onto the what it's pulling down from the JSON. So then we could easily strip that out and say, oh, this has a dash fallback. That's obviously going to be, we could just pull it from a regex and say, oh, that's fallback, and call the chocolatey value. That's the idea behind this. It's just, I know this code is not right. I'm trying to think of a way to fix it, and I am stuck like Chuck. I just can't think of another solution here. Maybe call, might be overthinking it. Maybe we grab, yeah, okay. Instead of, I think we grab and do two like grouped arrays, one for winget, one for chocolatey. And then if we, that has to be the solution. We have two arrays. Trying to do this with, it's too much. Too much for my puny brain to handle. So what we're going to do, all right. I kind of want to pull this for loop outside of it. Yeah, you got to figure it out. We got to do it either way for sure. Dictionaries would have been better for that than this. So you can keep track of which key is chocolatey and which key is winget. Yeah. Agreed. Oh, did you create a PR there, Big? We can take a look. Oh, no PR. I gotcha. Man, I need to clear out some of these old branches I have. Oh, it's just a branch on a fork. I gotcha. Oh, it doesn't matter. I think we can do either. All right, let's do another PR while I'm thinking. While I'm looking at all this, I'm just like, okay. We've got Glaze, Cocoa NA, Glaze or GWM. Okay. All that looks good. Oh, it has branches. This branch has conflicts that must be resolved. Really? Like what? It's literally just one file with like 5 different lines. You know, I'm trying to do the PRs in VS Code. I don't know if I can wrap my brain around that. It just doesn't feel all that great. After messing with it. Oh, he's using, oh, okay, I gotcha. So you got contributions right here where you didn't have Windhawk, fan control, FNM, and Windhawk. Yeah, that should be fine. That should resolve those. Just an old PR. There's been a couple changes since. And now we should be able to merge that. Alrighty. Alright, this is ugly fix. Oh, you closed it. Okay. Let's go again. We'll just hit another one up. Brackets and PH code. I think I already looked at this, didn't I? Phoenix code. Okay. Oh, thanks, Romano. Yeah, all right. So I think it's considered dead as developers have a new editor, Phoenix Code, which is now out, but does not have the Winget installer. But I wanted to add it for a later time. Also, the calculus seems to be out of date. Yeesh. I don't know if we want to add all this. Well, it's brackets. I think brackets will be fine. Brackets.io. I think I looked at this. I don't think very many people use it, but at the same time, it's like, it's not the worst. Yeah, I think we'll just wait till Phoenix Code Editor becomes a thing. Look at the tweaks for Windows NT telemetry in the games file. Yeah, what's wrong with them? Tasks games. Let me take a peek. What do we got? So we have GPU priority. This used to be a very prevalent tweak, but it's been a while since I've seen it. And it's probably not that valid anymore with the GPU priority and the scheduling category. And I think the schedulers changed since this was originally, I want to say, Windows 7 era for this tweak. No, it's not related to telemetry at all. It just makes the performance more odd, in my opinion. I think, honestly, let's check to see what branch are we on. Let's make this. I think we're going to remove this tweak. It's an old tweak. Like, I remember when this became a thing, and it used to make a big difference in the Windows 7 era. And then I think it became pretty irrelevant in the Windows 10 era, and it might even be doing more damage than good in modern day thing. What happened probably was I probably accepted like a PR from someone saying gaming tweaks or something of that nature. And they did like a copy paste from like an old article back when Windows 7 did this tweak. But thank you, Weasel Cake, for bringing that up to my attention. Very old. It's a very old tweak. I don't think it's even valid anymore. I don't think it really does that much harm. But at the same time, why? Why add something that probably won't do anything again than needed? I think we'll just make a commit real fast with this. Let's say remove old Win 7 game tweak. Let's commit it. Push. I wouldn't say it's dead, but not as... thanks, Rat Noise, for the comment. The last stable release was from over a year ago. I just think everyone's going to be doing VS Code or Zed or heck. There's so many different editors now. I don't think we want something that obscure in there. That's going to be sunset for Phoenix Code Editor. It just doesn't make any sense to me. How do I prevent GitHub Actions from committing a build? You don't. It just does it. That's the whole point of GitHub Actions. Yeah, or you can just, you can, let's say you have like GitHub desktop, you can just either do a git ignore, or you can just add that one file in, or like if you have the GUI here, when you do the compile, just discard WinUtil and the XMLs, because you're not changing the XMLs or the WinUtil. So you just discard those and only submit the application. All right, well, that's good. We removed those old tweaks. I don't think they're really needed anymore. And if it was doing you harm, Weasel, it won't anymore. Probably might be a mess for lower end CPUs in my cases. It does with mine, and that's why I can't use the tweak option whenever I run WinUtil. All right, man. Well, whenever I merge this test branch in, that tweak will be out. I'm gonna remove that. Okay, you got it, Big. Let's take a peek. This one, I think we're gonna just go a bit too obscure to allow in. We're not gonna accept that PR. Let's take a look at Big's PR here. What do we got? You missed an S. Spacing changes. That's not very legible. Let me just check it out and look. And you still committed WinUtil. Well, I'm looking at this. Instead of a continue, shouldn't that be a return? Because you want it to exit the function once it finishes the winget install. Should it be the status equals 0, successfully install. I would imagine that was a return instead of a continue. For each split. Let me just check it out and look at it on the code. We'll pull. All right, we're up to date. Let's take a peek. I'm gonna just look at it directly over here. Let's just close all. Let's refresh those PRs. Grab this one. So we're in a for each loop. Ah, I see what you're saying. So it would just continue the loop. So as soon as you hit continue, it would add to that loop. So it should come all the way back up here. Well, it should come all the way back up here. So if this was there for a continue on that. I see what you're doing. Yeah, so yeah. So the continue goes to the next item in the loop and it starts the whole loop over again. So when you hit a continue, yeah, that makes sense to me. So you have the switches. So instead of this giant nest, you just go through and go, hey, try this. Status equals 0. Great. Continue. Flips back to up here. So if there was a continue right here, it would just immediately go back to here. And then if it doesn't, and there is no status equals 0, then it goes ahead and hits the next one, and then the next one, until finally it does equal 0, and then it should exit out properly. Now, there's one thing about this that we probably need to change as well. Yeah, the S is missing. I already pointed that out. Let's fix that. Yeah, let's just check it out. S. Also, the status here, you're missing a $sign and a $sign right here. So it should look something like that. You have indentions that are a little too aggressive too. So all these a little bit overzealous here. So equals 0, great. Then continue, right, with user scope, status, $sign, equals 0, continue, next, that, $sign status. Yeah. Program. Let's just take a look directly at the code too. As I'm looking at this, there's one other thing that I wanted to look at. this pass-through exit code is not going to work because it's run as a different user. So the exit code doesn't work because run as is done is used. So in this one, it's going to go process. And then if the process equals 0, how's that different? It looks a little off to me. Maybe that might work. That might fix our user issue. On top of that, and then if failed to install program, right host, please install manually. You know what we could do? Maybe we've thought about this. So this whole like going back and forth with the cut chocolatey thing, this is going to sound bonkers to people. But what if, since it's actually falling back to chocolatey, what if we just do attempting chocolatey install back as a fallback method? This will actually fail if it's specified as NA. This is just terrible. I know this is terrible programming, but it would probably work actually. And it's such a simple solution that it would fail to install NA 3 times, and then it would try the chocolatey install method because it wouldn't be specified as NA. It would actually be the chocolatey package. It just wouldn't find it in WinGet. So this would actually work. It would probably install via chocolatey. I mean, it's so stupid, but it probably would work. I don't know. I want to try it just to see if that does add another fallback. Anyways, I love that. It's a good one. If it installs, it was so close to being perfect. Then we just go continue using this code. This one, let's fix this indent. These indents are a little off. All right, now those are right. Right host. Yeah, let's just reference the right object there. Program needs caps. Yeah. What else we got? I like the idea though. That was a good idea. I appreciate it, Big. The code was obviously hastily thrown together, so we're missing some syntax errors and some punctuation, but nothing bad. I really like the pseudocode you kind of spit my way. It was enough to get me kind of thinking in the right direction. Yeah. Yeah, so I think that's pretty good. That would actually fall back. All right, having done that, we are checked out. If we looked at the comms here, we've done this. Let's try it out. So we have this. Now, what I'm going to do is I'm going to just make this a little smaller. And we're going to fall back into, was it free file sync was one that had chocolatey only? File sync. Oh, you were working off an old branch, weren't you? Shit. Yeah, you didn't pull the new branch. Damn. Okay. All right. I don't know why that's not in the git ignore, but whatever. Let's fix this. Fix syntax. Oh, wow. Super specific. Gotta love my commits. All right, let's push this. This is going to have so many conflicts, but that's okay. We're just going to force it through. All right. Let's go. Files changed. I don't know why WinUtil wasn't in git ignore. It's kind of my bad for overlooking that. So then people checking stuff up that shouldn't get it. So now we've switched to this. Oh, we never did check it though. Let's check. Oh, are we working off a main? Yeah, it looks like he's working off a main. I think it'll be, I don't think it's going to matter because it's so modular. And WinUtil, honestly, I'll just accept whatever changes are there. It'll just get wiped out during a compile. So it's not the end of the world. I do want to do a compile and check on the actual install though. Let's come back into WinUtil. Oops. All right. Let's just compile this and WinUtil. Now I want to pick something that has, I think this Pi environment 1, this was a chocolatey only package. I want to say, if I remember correctly. Let's try this version manager. We're going to pull this to the side and we're going to hit install. Okay. That didn't install. It thinks it installed because it was, the unelevated prompt did not give us the correct status. All right. Huh. What happened here? So not quite there. Close. But no cigar. Hey, what's up, Blue? How you doing? Yeah, I didn't think Python environment version would be in WinGit. It's a great project, but that's a chocolatey only thing. I remember seeing that. So the main issue we're running in here, why it didn't fall over to chocolatey for the fallback, is we're not able to grab the status because what this is doing is it's doing a run as user and it's not grabbing the exit code. So let's see what other ideas. It isn't grabbing the exit code because the process is launched as a user. What other methods are there? Yeah, WinGit statuses could be, they're really kind of odd. Microsoft could have done a better job with WinGit for sure. I'm appreciative that they at least have some kind of package installer though. Is to use a single start process command which invokes WinGit with the necessary parameters and runs it with user permissions. So this will fail actually. Well, if you do verb run as user, maybe. Would that work? Yeah, I mean, if it does it, let's apply it. So what it's doing, instead of launching a new PowerShell as the user, it's doing a verb run as user directly in the WinGit process, which should give us the proper exit code. That makes sense to me. But does it work? I don't think we need this else command. It's kind of obvious that it failed. It's a little bit bloat. That's bloat as well. Yeah, need to manually. Sorry. All right. That makes sense. Okay, so now this feels good. But if we're doing it this method, to me, why change what's there? Well, now we have this non-standard code that is just garbage, right? It just looks out of place. And that drives me crazy when I see out of place non-uniform code. Me and my hobbyist self. It needs to look like the other one. Yes. That is what it should look like. That makes more sense to me. Likewise, why Cocoa status? It's just status. Status. Nothing special about this. That's the thing that drives me crazy about like some of the GPT stuff. I'm just like, Copilot does a lot better job of grabbing like the feeling and the nuances of like how you code. And then it's like, okay, this is how it's structured. This is probably what you mean for the next function or next line. And the autocomplete is pretty on point of how the structure of the code is. It's just Copilot's usually wrong with the syntax. GPT's syntax is a lot better, but a lot of times it just spits out, it looks like a cobbled together Frankenstein mess from Stack Overflow. So it's like this weird, you kind of have to pick the best from each and then make do. It's kind of funny. Lars Ulrich from Metallica. That's awesome. Thanks, man. Chris grew up on Sesame Street. One is not like the other. True. Facts. All right. I like it. That looks more standard. That looks good. It's not like a nested loop of garbage anymore. Now, does it install? That is the question. Does it compile and does it install? Oh, well, it ran. So we're just going to minimize this a little bit. Python version manager is a good one to check. So we're just going to do Python version manager right here. And then install. So we should see a failure here. Attempting with user scope, fails. It's trying to run it. What is this? Subscribe. Subscribe. If you haven't. Okay. I use a blank password, guys. It doesn't like doing the run as user verb with a blank password. Limitation. With the run as command, you do need a password. Let's see if there's some way around that. Okay. Next up. This is going to actually, I think this would work for most people as it is, but not quite. So close though. So for the winget section here, the run as user, let's see. Let's go Control K. Run as user fails when the user doesn't have a password. Well, that's not really what I wanted. Yeah, it failed as terminal. Why was it prompting for that with the run as user setup? That was the weird thing. So it's attempting to run this, run as user. This be done non-interactively. Okay, so we got our status, right? Now, then it's just going to try and fail up there. Yeah, this will be a problem without a Cocoa package as well. Oh, you want this? Okay, let's... Did it remove the run as? So what it was doing before, I was launching PowerShell as the user. Let's look at... So the scope that used to be here, right here. We'd go status, PowerShell, and then we were running this PowerShell command. PowerShell command, start process, winget, and then where was I doing it? Verb run as user right here. And I was running it through PowerShell instead of winget. Yeah. All right. Well, I'm going to have to shut it down for today. Yeah, I know. I'm shutting her down. All right, guys. Well, I so close. I think I might come back later tonight and take a peek at this because we're so close on this one that if you look here on the run as user, the main thing it's doing here is the PowerShell command when it's doing a start process. It's doing a start process in a start process. and I couldn't remember why I did it this way, because it's not able to actually grab the result because of this, but it does actually work. And this new method doing the WinGet just doesn't work at all. Weed, thanks for the sub, man. Resub, 17 months. Holy crap. That's amazing. Yeah, it's going to always give a status of 0 Rux because it's running PowerShell and exiting PowerShell properly. But when it runs the PowerShell command, it's doing a nested WinGet install and starting another process as the user using PowerShell as user. It's like the inception of run as user. I did it that way because it's the only way I could actually get it to launch the WinGet process as the actual user on the machine. And as we saw, this is the reason why I did it that method, because if you just run it as user, it fails because it actually prompts the user to log in. But if you do it through PowerShell, it doesn't. Microsoft logic. Yeah, it's wild. Yeah, wild. Yeah. Well, we'll be back later. I'll just stream later tonight. I really want to get this. It's close. It is very, very close on this this section. It's just fixing this so it fails properly, and then it drops down into the Cocoa. I do like going from a nested if, all the nested if garbage over here, into the switch logic that Big committed earlier. I think that's really good. Yeah. And I do auto login with no username. Now, if you didn't do that, it really wouldn't be that big a deal for most users. Most users would just use their username and password, because most people that use Windows probably have a Microsoft login that they use to log in their machines. I don't. It's just a local login with a blank password that auto logs in. So it's a VM. So obviously, if you already have access to my Linux system, I really could care less about my Windows VM. And that's why it doesn't have a password. But anyways, guys, I'm going to shut it down for the day, or actually right now. Look for me probably 2-3 hours. I want to really try and get through this because, man, we're right there on this one. And I really do want some kind of chocolatey fall over, if it fall back, and then getting rid of some of this ugly spaghetti string nested if logic would also be good. And going to a switch statement would be also better. Pass-through should be doing what you want, though. Yeah, you'd think. You would think. But yeah, if you have a chance, Rux, take a peek at it. Like I said, I'll be back in a couple hours, and 2 to 3 hours, we'll see. I got some family stuff we got to eat, and then my daughter's got a thing, and then after that, I'll probably be back later tonight. So, all right, guys, take it easy. I'll see you guys here in a bit, and if I don't see you, maybe this weekend or next Tuesday. Deuces. Okay, I am back. That was a quick one. Daughter's thing did not run very long at all. So, ate some dinner. We've got to fix this. I am not going to sleep. We're ending this stream until it is fixed. I know what you're thinking. 24-hour stream coming in. But I think you forget, if you're thinking that, I do better the later it gets. True story. It's just a weird quirk of mine. Having said that, this is probably 24 hours now that I jinxed myself. But seems like every time, whenever the sun sets, I usually do good, and the sun is setting now. So, it is time. Let's get after it. Number 2, Windows utility development, knocking this chocolatey issue out. Now, I want to do another compile of this. So when we're here and we're looking at this, let's do a get status, and we're going to do a compile. I went to sleep and I woke up and you're still alive. I know. Yes. All right, let's see here. Let's go G sudo WinUtil. G sudo's not there for the base terminal. Let's kill this terminal. All right, yes. Sure, let's restart it. Let's see what we got. Oh man, Titus after midnight. Now that's scary. Hey, Tobinator, how you doing? Oh man. Let's see. Just loading a few things up here, and then we will get going. GSoda is not popping up here, which is kind of crazy. All right, here we go. Also, Luck Dragon, thanks for the Titus Tech members over on YouTube. All right, here we go. Do you know how to boot into a USB stick drive into Kali Linux to recover deleted files on my main computer? Oh, gparted is what you're looking for. If you have to, there's other free software out there, and gparted's kind of it kind of takes all this really good software and packages it together. I think it's like $8 or something. But gparted has all these recovery tools, and it's a live CD. Amazing. You can just do that, or if you don't want to spend any money, heck, just torrent it. It's FOSS, so it's out there, and it's you can go crazy. Yeah. Okay, Chatterino set up. Now I just need to finish this call on bank. All right, see you in an hour or two, Nav. If you're around a bank that I've ever called. All right. This is driving me crazy. So we have this wait pass-through exit code. Wait pass-through exit code. Now, what if... Could we start a process and grab the variable from that? Oh, all right. Let's see. Thanks again for getting back to me in Linux. I'll be 99% Nabara by 2025 at this rate. That's awesome. Dual boot's great. Any chance of getting Proton Drive working as a network drive in Linux? You know, I don't think I've ever used Proton Drive. One second. I'll take a look at it. Let's see. Proton Drive. I'm sure Proton usually does pretty good. Just recently released support for Proton Drive, all platforms including Linux. It's also possible to use rclone to interface with the Proton API, which can use in S3 drive. There you go. I use Synology Drive, and I store everything locally as my go-to for network storage. But hopefully that helps you out, Luck. It looks like S3 drive is really the big thing here. So you would just take this Proton Drive. Here, I'll send it to you if you're looking for that. There you go. But rclone I've used extensively on Linux too. Fun story, I compiled DWM last night. Why it breaks. I need to make it a little bit more user-friendly for sure. That's funny. Let's go ahead and update cursor and relaunch. Whew, man. Yeah, it's going to be a late one for me today. I just hate leaving a stream with an incomplete thing. I said we get this chocolatey thing done. And by golly, we shall. All right, Trucking Cowboy. I mean, it's kind of wild at how far that WinUtil is. I'm even surprised at how far it's come. It's kind of wild. Now, this is failing. Run as user. Wait and pass through. Exit code. Let's run this again. right, so we got this. Let's actually just toss that over there and that over there. Okay. So this is our information. Let's install Python manager right here, version manager. This should fail. First hits up our winget, fails, fails. And then the run as command, it prompts for this to run as a different user. Not quite what I'm looking at. So the run as user is the big issue here. Failed to install Pi with the command cannot be run completely because the system cannot find the information required. Yeah, no Discord server. We used to have a Discord server, and it just get a little bit too unruly. If I ever did something like that, I probably would just do like a select, just a handful of people. It's just hard to manage a large community of people constantly chatting, and a lot of times it ended up taking a lot of my time because a lot of people were like, "Hey," and then they'd message me on Discord, and then yeah, it just ended up being too much. I couldn't handle it. I guess that's why people have mods and stuff like that. But yeah, it's just we had some mods and it was good. It's just very difficult to keep up with. Yeah, do like a members only kind of thing. Yeah, but if I do something like that, I think it'd be fine. But I do worry still. People say silly things and they get kind of crazy. That's why I was like, and I got such a wide view of people where some people follow me just for Windows stuff. Some people follow me just for Linux stuff. So I have a little bit of everything. And that's what a lot of times I have a little bit. It kind of puts some users at ends with each other. Or, there can be a little bit more arguing. And that's problematic, to say the least. Can you specify the user instead of the pop-up? I think it's a PowerShell thing. Honestly, the old way we did this is we launched it as PowerShell and then piped the start process directly through that way. And some for whatever reason, that does work. Because the old way, look, let's get right here. The old way did this. It would just launch as a PowerShell. And nested in that PowerShell command is another start process. And then it does winget install, accept, verb run as user, pass through, and then that. And that works. Oh man, you followed from the EverQuest HUD modding. Oh my gosh. Yeah, I still love EverQuest. Have you ever played EQ Guessr? That's a good one. Not to get off topic here, but if you're an EverQuest person, EQ Guessr is amazing. I'm gonna do one quick round real fast, just to get my mind going here, just as a little side venture. This takes about 2 minutes to do, guys. Bear with me. I'm doing this just for me, but it's really cool. So you can specify what we got. We're gonna go all the way classic through Planes of Power, solo. Or we could compete with somebody. If you ever played EQ, here. We're gonna just go begin. I'm gonna share this, and if you guys ever played EverQuest, you can compete with me. Here we go. Let's put it in here. This would be a fun one. Oops, nope. That's not the right one. Copy. Ooh, I need to. Oh, do we have Chatterino on this one? Chatterino. Oh, I don't. Oh, man. Oh, wow. Yeah, that's a URL. 1 second. Maybe I can spit it here. Let's see. Still nothing. I don't have my clipboard working on that. Yeah, I love Chatterino, man. So good. All right, we're going to do EQ Guessr out here. Make it easier. Never mind. Nora through Planes of Power. And we're going to do 5 rounds. Do 1 minute. Up to 1 minute. Just so we get it. And then here we go. And then we'll get back to coding. This is just to flush the memory, just to have us think of something different, and then we're going to get back and we're going to find what the problem is. All right, this looks like... Oh, geez, what is this? Sebulus, maybe? I feel like maybe Worslick's Woods, maybe? Oh, man. They even got the music in here. It's just trees for days. Polygon trees. All right, let's just guess. I think it's over in here. If I had to... I feel like that would be... Trackman's teeth, I want to say. I'd put this probably like right here. Submit. Ooh, man, Waking Land's way off. Okay. All right, this one, Butcher Block, I bet you. That's what it's looking like to me. Oh, yeah. We got this one. Ah, no, back. All right, we're going to go right here. Bam! Almost 5,000 points there. I love the music, man. So good. Oh, Crazed Ghoul. This looks like Unrest. Man, I played a lot of EQ. This is... I should have been programming more. And yet... Yeah, this is totally... I know exactly where this is at. All right, we're going to go Otis. And... Oh, no. Not Otis. Nope. Other way. Unrest. There you are. And we're going to be right there. Bam! 5,000 again. All right, what do we got? Yeah, the stream just started. We're just warming up the old mind here. Oh, this looks like... I would say... North Row? Work camp. Oh, that's actually... Probably Oasis of Mar, I would say. Yeah. I would probably put it around like here. Ooh, close. A little bit further down. Still about 5K. Sorry. There's just a slight thing. Yeah. Okay, what do we got? Raptors, Dynus. I'm going to say Oasis. No. Ocean of Tears. Dude, I played this game way too much. All right, let's go. Ocean of Tears. Now, which island is it? Not that one. I would put it... Kinda. Ocean of Tears is so big. I would probably put it like right in here. Oh, that's Timmer's Deep. Close, but no cigar. Breakdown. What do we got? Game results. What was my total? 16,000 points? Not bad. Yeah. If you never played EQ Guessr, it's a blast. If you're like an old EQ vet like me, I'm sorry. I got sidetracked. I just needed something to flush the creative juices, and now we're back to coding. Do you prefer Twitch or YouTube? I get asked that every stream almost, and I gotta tell you, I like YouTube's video better, but I like Twitch's chat better. The IRC chat and emotes and community of Twitch is amazing. Their video and ads suck though. And YouTube just does a lot better with video delivery. And, you know, that's why I like, hey, If it was me as a user, I would probably watch it on YouTube and then just use Chatterino or something to interface with chat on the back end. So, oh, well, if you hate Twitch chat, then bam, there you go too. Can you integrate Twitch chat into EverQuest? I have done that, and yes, you can. Doing just a basic IRC plugin. I think we mapped it one time, and I think I even pulled in a Discord channel directly into EverQuest as well, just using a relay and APIs. So EverQuest is like with MacroQuest 2, you can do pretty much anything you can think up in your brain. It's kind of crazy. Well, they make something called like MQ2 Discord, and then you can just pipe all the IRC directly into the Discord channel and anything else you want to show up in a window, and it works pretty well. Emotes don't work, but everything else works great. Stream on Kick. Man, I'm having a hard time just streaming on YouTube and Twitch. I ain't about to add a third. That is not in the cards yet. All right, let's see. I want to come back here. Let's ask, before here. Okay, verb run as users attempt to run the user with user privileges. This might prompt for credentials if the current user's context requires it for installation. Unfortunately, there's no way to direct bypass the credentials prompt and prompt it for users. Okay. However, can do the following approaches. Run the script from an elevated PowerShell session. Yep, that's what I was doing. Use a scheduled task or a service running under a system account. Credential management is suitable. You can manage credentials using get credential command and pass them through start process. Yeah, this is still handling the through that form. Adjusting UAC. Yeah, that's always a recipe for disaster whenever you do that. Not a third. Replace Twitch with Kick. Man, only a fool would trust their live stream life in a gambling company. And I'm no fool. I love coding. I think it's amazing. It's a great exercise. So yes, I genuinely love it. That's the whole reason why I kind of started this. It's just that's why it is. It is the way it is. So action, and then schedule it at startup. Ugh, that's awful. New scheduled task trigger. Now, this is interesting. You could technically register this and then fire it off. Instead of doing it at startup, I want to say scheduled task action you could do in that regard, but yeah, that's kind of jank. Welcome to Windows. It's one big wash. That's what she said. I'm sorry, I'm such a child. Yeah, the home of jank. That's me. Fair enough. Stick with filthy big tech Titus. Google and Amazon. I just go where the people are, man. That's it. That's all I do. I just go where the people are. What's the matter, Chris? Don't you like gambling, risks, and danger? I am so risk adverse. I don't know if there's that many 600K YouTube channels out there that still has a 9 to 5, but I'm one, and I also stream. Yeah, I'm crazy. I hate risk. I don't say I'd hate risk. I love failing, but I never want to fail at such a level where I'm like, like endanger my financial freedom, you know, my family's financial stability. That's not my game. So that's why I don't mind working my day job, doing YouTube, live streaming, doing all of it. I don't know. Maybe when I hit 1 million subs, I'll switch. Actually, so this is a fun fact. Like somebody, since Kick is being mentioned so many times in chat, I'll just mention it. So Kick is founded by the gambling company. That's why they always promote gambling streams. That's where they make all their money. They don't care anything about their creators. The whole shtick is they're hemorrhaging money. It's a loss leader. Think of retail stores with doorbusters. You know, they have these loss leaders that they do to get you in the store. And then once you're in the store, that's where they make their money. They make money off of you gambling. That's the whole shtick from Kick. Kick is just meant to get you to put money in their website. That's why they promote all their streams. How do I know this? Because Amazon bought Twitch for their live streaming platform. That's the whole thing. Like, they bought Twitch, not for Twitch and live streaming, because honestly, this is a terrible investment, right? They don't even care about Twitch in general. Like, Amazon Twitch is like an afterthought. Not even. They don't care anything about Twitch. I don't say that to discourage people on Twitch. I just say that, hey, Amazon did not purchase it for Twitch. They purchased it for the technology that Twitch has, which is, I think it's advanced, the live streaming platform. I've pulled it up a bunch of times, but what Amazon has done is they package that up and they resell it to anybody. Kick uses Amazon services that was specifically stripped and marketed from Twitch. So technically, Amazon makes more money off of Kick than anybody else. So Amazon loves that Kick exists, because they make a ton of money off of Kick. That's the wild thing about all this. Amazon makes more money off of Kick, I adventure, than they do off of Twitch. Wow, right? That's kind of wild to think of. Yeah, it's all based off Justin TV and the back end. So that's the whole premise behind Kick and Twitch. The whole thing is Amazon's the one winning here. They honestly, they don't care about the competition. People are like, oh, Kick versus Twitch, who's going to win? Amazon's like, we already won. We could care less in this whole battle of streaming services because no one can make money live streaming. From a company standpoint, big tech company. That's why YouTube just doesn't really care too much about live streaming. But yes, Kick is highly unethical, and they're doing what they're doing just to get gamblers to gamble more money. That's the whole purpose of Kick. So to think like tech streamers or game streamers would go over to Kick because they get a better split is kind of like, really? Come on. Y'all pulling my leg. You don't think that. No. That's crazy. Anyways, that's my thoughts. Now, there's always drama in streaming. That's just live streaming in general. Yeah, live streaming is not a good business model. It's honestly for anybody. Like, if you're a content creator, you know, I think you don't really make your money on live streaming. You make your money on the VODs and the after the fact. That's where all the money is on YouTube. You can make some money on Twitch, and yes, that top 0.1% can make a decent revenue, but we're talking maybe 1,000 people in the world out of 3 or 4 million people. So we're talking a very, very small percentage of people actually making a livable wage on any live streaming service, whether that's YouTube, Twitch, whatever. The live streaming itself never pays the bills, except for that very, very small percentage, just the very tippy top. The best of the best. Those are the only people that can make it a living. Oh, no. You can see it. I can see your chats. You should be able to see your own chats too. Sometimes I do miss YouTube chat. I went ahead and pulled up YouTube and threw it on the right side just so I have it. so I don't miss anybody joining members or anything over there. Because sometimes it doesn't seem like my stream elements alerts work for YouTube. YouTube's API is kind of garbage on their live streaming. I still have to figure out something for that, but I think I'll have to write my own thing because everyone else I've tried has not been very consistent. Okay. All right, enough chat. Here we go. I don't want to be here all night. We're not ending this stream until Chocolatey gets done. So, how do we pass a variable to this? Let's take this. And what we're going to do, I'm going to take this guy. This is how it works right now. This is so silly that this works. It's just Windows logic. So running this and then launching winget with the run verb as user and all of this behind it works fine. It's so silly. But the exit logic doesn't work because it's nested in there. So it always will do it. So we need to change this and say the nested start process is the exit exit code that I need. Yeah, there we go. Yeah, but the suggested code doesn't work. So inner process, this is what it wants to do. Yeah, that's not going to work. So I can't do that. I need to keep it nested in the PowerShell start process. Let's see if we can figure that out. Oh, that's slick. That might work. It's very, very close. But I don't think it will accept all that. I'm going to go ahead and accept it. And then I'm going to run that. But I don't think that quite will work. This probably needs to be some type of variable or subcommand. We might be able to get away with it, though. Let's see. Actually, we can just run it. I'm curious. Yeah, let's just do a compile and check. Oh, yeah. Torbinator, it's best to watch it on YouTube so you don't have the ads on Twitch. That's the trick. That's why I say use both. Yep. That's the experience, is the ads. The Twitch ads. All right, now we're gonna go Python, install, fail, failure, and did it work? Let's see. Close. Let me try that again. I want to try it just as a fresh install. Oh, we got it down here. All right. Compile. So now we just, is this, I don't think this is elevated, is it? Oh, no, it is elevated. All right, great. I'm just going to hit install. Then we're going to see what the output looks like. Yeah, it says installed successfully with unavailable prompt. I didn't think that would work, but I thought I'd at least give it a shot. So let's close this. This needs to be a little different. When did you start coding? In my life or today? I mean, there's been times it saved my bacon. I gotta tell you. Oh, in your life. Probably when I was 14, 13, something like that. I often think to myself, what would my life look like if I pursued computer science? I was not a very good kid. growing up, and I flushed a lot of my opportunity away. Not to say I didn't have a good career in IT. I did, but I look back at like 14, 15-year-old me, and I was already pretty good with C++. And, you know, a good example, like just to give you an idea for anybody that does code out there, QBasic was in the 90s, and people played like Gorilla.Bass and Nibbles, otherwise known as Snake in modern day standards. And I remember coding a C# program, or not C#, C++ back then in Borland. And I migrated all those programs over and made an entire C++ program from scratch for my computer science class. And I actually ended up getting in trouble from the school because they didn't want any games on their computers, but they never said anything about creating the game. So I ended up creating those games for C++. And I remember my teacher thought that was pretty funny, that everyone in the class started playing, because I started creating leaderboards, and then I adjusted, like made windows for all the different buildings for the gorillas to throw with like the velocity and the angle. And it was really cool. I felt like I had a unique gift back then, that I could really understand code, and I was really good at it. And I just didn't apply myself at all. And I wasted all that could have been. Here I am, 42, almost 30 years later. And I think back and I'm like, yeah, if I would have just gone down that path, what does that future look like? That's kind of wild. But we got Windows Toolbox now, because instead of that path, I chose a path of IT infrastructure, and you know, and ended up doing a bunch of like rack and stack migrations and just basic IT management, because it was easy. And you know, I had a good career and I made a decent amount of money, so no regrets. It's just looking back at what could have been in the programming side of things if I would have pursued that career, if I hadn't have just like said, screw it, I'm just going to drop out and not do that and end up going down that. What would have happened? It'd be interesting. But to answer your question, yes, I coded back then, and I was actually quite good. For that, the 90s standards, I was very good. Today's standards, not very. You know, most of that stuff's irrelevant. I've forgotten most of that. And now as I jump back in and I'm doing PowerShell scripting, some C over on DWM and C++, I'm just a complete noob that doesn't know anything. And I look back, I was like, man, felt like I wasted so much time. So that's my thought. I have a concern when I use an application to update all programs, it detects and installs updates. However, what seems strange to me is that it auto detects and installs versions that are older than the ones I have installed. Am I doing something wrong? Yeah, that's odd. I don't know. You're using the toolbox? Because that's WinGit. It shouldn't. WinGit's usually pretty good about doing that. Yeah, I mean, I could have definitely written some crazy stuff by the 2000s era. There's no doubt about it. Yep, easy to do the could have beens, but such is life. That's so true. If only I invested in Bitcoin in 2009, right? It's just, it is what it is. Here I am at 42. I feel very, very fortunate to be where I'm at. Yeah, and it's fun. Coding's just fun. And even stuff like this is still just fun to pick it apart and going, oh, how do I improve this, make it even better? Because it can always be better. That's the cool thing about any program, any script. It can always improve. That's the neatest thing about everything you see. And we're just like scratching the surface of what is actually available and possible. The thing I don't want to see, like, especially the younger generation, they look at AI and they're like, well, AI is going to take over. Why should I bother? I'm like, no, it really's not. And a lot of my streams, even with my limited skill set, I'm able to ask for help from AI and then laugh at the help it gives me. Occasionally it does do well, but most times you get crap like this that doesn't work. So, you know, there's that. Actually, speaking of AI, let's ask it some more questions. This doesn't work or return the right exit code. Okay, so now it's still trying that winget. It just won't accept the nested process. All right. The definition of insanity is trying the same thing over and over and expecting a different result. So let's try something different. Ah, Luck Dragon, you're back. Dang, we're the same age. Speaking of AI, I'm attempting to set up a private AI in my TrueNAS server eventually. The problem with private AI is you're going to be limited on VRAM. You're going to want to do like an OLLAMA. I did a stream on this where we did some LLVMs locally. And yeah, that's the main issue. Like even if you get like a couple $1,000 GPU for your OLLAMA LLVM or LLM, sorry, wrong acronyms, too many acronyms in my brain. It's still about the best I could do with like the open sourced Llama 3 from Facebook. There's a little bit of a tweaked version that works about as well as GPT-3, 3.5. And that's okay. So you can do local AI. It's just not quite as good as the big tech version of like GPT-4 or even Copilot. Oh, did Network Chuck do a video on a utility? I like Network Chuck. He's local to me. He's in the Dallas area. I never met him though. Hope to someday. Oh, how to get Rotor to Copilot. I think we're looking for. Oh, yeah. Running the OLLAMA, running offline. Oh, that's cool. Yeah. It's just moving so fast. Trying to keep up with it is probably the biggest thing. Dude, what is up with my... Just gonna arrow. This wouldn't happen if I used Vim. Just saying. All right. That should get us something. Yeah, the AI overload is definitely getting a little... the grifters and scammers have basically taken over, and the AI bros kind of wear on me. People act like it's gonna rule the world. Skynet's upon us, and I'm like, it really isn't. I get there's certain things that it will cut down on, but that's not the end all be all that people make it out to be. Yeah, I think that's the big thing that's great about AI though, that people are sleeping on. It's a great learning utility. So like that's what I use it for usually. It's not, hey, I want to rewrite this. I want it to give me options. So let's take this. Give me other options to accomplish this. And then it can at least give me something different that I maybe explore a different path, because I'm a little bit stuck here. And I'm like, it wants to launch WinGet directly, but I need it to run as the current user. And the only way I can get it to do that is to, oh, that's an idea. Yeah, that is jank. Oh, that is so jank. What about invoke command? Look at this scheduled task. I mean, that's definitely some out of the box thinking by AI. Look at that. That is wild. But it technically would work. It would use Task Scheduler to bypass all the credential stuff, which you can do on Windows. Yeah, okay. Let's go invoke command. Oh, the invoke command I like. Okay. Make the invoke command run as user. Ah. It's gonna need the credentials. That will do a prompt. We just use the signed in user without prompting the user with get credential. You can simply omit the credential parameter. However, if you want to ensure the command runs the permissions as currently logged in unelevated states, you will need to use the run as user parameter with start process inside of the script block. Unfortunately, invoke command itself does not directly support the run as user. Here's how you can script it with start process within an invoke to achieve running it as the current user in an unelevated state. Okay. Interesting. Verb run as user, but the run as user will also do that. So the problem I'm running, let's just specify this. So you're in an elevated prompt like this. Actually, let's come back to here. Let's just grab this whole section. I'm just going to copy that whole thing. All right, Torbinator, have a good one, man. Yeah, you can store credentials with scheduled task. So we might actually fall back to that. As much as I made fun of it, it's kind of like, well, that would technically work. So this is the install command. But what I want to do is wingit install ID. And let's just make up something. We'll just call it NA, right? Okay. Forgot the... Actually, I think I can probably do... Okay, we got to go start dash process. Then do the wingit pass through. Something like that. I have two questions. First of all, I'm planning on setting up a PVPN, and I'm deciding to use an old laptop lying around to pay $5 for a VPS service. I'm also waiting to switch for a tiling window manager. I'm wondering if Hyperland's good. Why don't you just use a micro instance? I think GCP still allows micro instances for free, and you can just use their internet for free. Because everybody likes free like freedom. I think, let's see. Is GCP micro tier free? Yeah, I think you can create one, put it at E2 micro, and it is free until you've used the number of hours equal to the total hours in the current month. I believe. It's been a minute since I've done this. And yeah, I do think that's a thing. I've also used, God, what was it? You guys will turn me into the authorities on this one, but I want to say, oh hell, I'll just show you because it'll help him. There was some other janky little VPS I was using for some, oh God, I don't even want to tell you. You'll think less of me. I think it was for like, oh God, what was it? It was something silly. It was for like auto renewal of some gotcha game, but they had like a website, but I don't want to pull up the website every day. So it used a Python script to pull up the website and then redeem the rewards. So I didn't have to do it manually. Oh, here we go. North Flank. Yeah. North Flank is what I'm using for that shit. All right, whatever. It's late, but I probably shouldn't have. Should show you guys this. Do I even have a login? I think I do. Let's see. I do. Oh my word. All right, here you go. So yeah, northflank.com. I've been running this app on here for free for a while. Let's see. What am I running here? It's still succeeding after a year. HioLab auto login master. I think it's actually a deployment of a container that has a Python script for auto login. And yeah, don't judge me. But anyways, that's just an option for you if you're trying to set up a VPS. You might check some of these more lesser known VPSs because a lot of them have that free tier, which is kind of cool. Anywho, this command can be run due to the error winget IDNA with working directory. System cannot find the file specified. Start process. Can I not do a start process winget? Huh. Okay. Google Cloud Platform is the first one I recommended. It has a E2 micro instance you usually can run for a pretty extended period of time. And if you're careful, you get a ton of free credits every month with that micro instance. So you could actually spin it up and spin it down. I don't know if you can do it 24/7. Back in the day, you could. But I think they stopped giving you so many free hours. But I think you can still spin it up, establish the VPN, and then log off. I always liked GCP, even though a lot of people preferred either Azure or AWS. They weren't terrible. All right, let's see. No, did I have an incorrect quote in there? Oh, did I closed it out, didn't I? Oh, that's okay. We got history. Eventually, start process. Oh, I'm such a goob. Wait. When we look at the process. Oh, file path and then argument. That's right. Okay. My bad. So you have file path, winget, and then you got argument list. Silly. Freaking PowerShell was made by a crazy person. I keep forgetting that. Oh, Brody is... That's awesome, man. Love Brody. He's such a good dude. All right, so that's what we get. We get our elevated prompt. I mean, it's not the worst thing in the world. Just wish I could do better. Let's try the scheduled task approach. That's the only thing I think up on that. No, it's 15 gigs on Google. But it's a combination of Google Drive, Gmail, and Google Photos. So you only get 15 altogether, and then they've been really pushing paid plans up to 100 gigs for like $5 a month or something. But don't do it. You don't need more than 15 gigs. If you're storing more than 15 gigs with Google, there's something wrong. Ooh. You know, I have kind of the same thing going. I actually had a sponsor in the channel. It was a VPS, and they couldn't pay me money for the ad read I did back in 2019. So I think they were kind of like an up and starter VPS. So I was like, oh, don't worry about it. I'll do it for free as long as you give me access to spin up a bunch of VPSs. And they're like, oh, okay, well, we've never done that. And I was like, that's great. We just do like a gentleman's agreement. All, you know, whatever. So the marketing director at the time gave me access. He said, just make an account. And then he gave me access, and I could just spin up everything at 100% discount. He never removed the access. I think he left the company, and it's just been going for like the past 5 years. I've had so many VPSs up. I even pushed the limits, and I was like, I'm going to push this up to a $500 a month tier. No, barely, never even hit the radar or anything. I'm still just cruising along with my giant VPSs. I've even spun up like 5 or 6 VPSs all on that same host. Shout out SkySilk. Thank you guys. If you do see this ever, you're awesome. That was the best sponsorship I've ever done. Virtual private server. It basically is just a fancy term for using somebody else's server in a data center where I can just go, hey, I want a Debian server and I want it at a gigabit speeds with all these specs. And then they go, okay. And then they partition part of that server off to you virtually. So, or virtual private server, yeah. Yeah, you never really, virtual servers or virtual private servers aren't really the same thing. It's an apples to oranges when comparing it to raw hardware. There's certain services out there where you can get raw hardware on like the backbone in those data centers, but they are ungodly expensive. And if you have to ask how much they are, you can't afford it. Yeah, I don't know about the PRs tonight. I just want to get this chocolatey command working. And I just don't know. I just wish I could find a way to spin that up and push it. There's the invoke command that was interesting that we looked at a little earlier. And just piping all through here. That could work technically. I just don't know if that would actually. I'm going to try this. We're going to put invoke command in here. And we're going to try to push it through this way. Thanks for the prime. All right. So instead of running it through the start process, we're going to try an invoke command. And hopefully that's going to run it at a little bit of a... It's still going to run it as admin, though. I'm kind of curious to see what that does. Let's see what we got. And I don't think we need this using. I think that'll be okay, though. Program, invoke, command, script block, and then computer localhost exit code. Perfect. And all right, let's try it. I think a compile and then WinUtil. So we'll go Python manager. I'm going to just bring this over so we can kind of see what's going on in the background. We're going to get a lot of pop-ups here. Fail, fail. Then an invoke command. What's that do? That looks like it got stuck. Purple YouTube. I like it. Wait. All right. That did work. All right. Now let's pick something that needs an unelevated prompt. Spotify. Ah, crap. Where's Spotify? Oh, I don't have Spotify. Okay, well, that's a problem. Let's just add Spotify. Winget search Spotify. So what Spotify does, if you do like a winget install, and this is an elevated prompt. So if you go Spotify and Spotify, it should bomb out. Installer cannot be run from administration context. So that's why I want to use Spotify to test this. Let's just add it in. All right. I'm surprised. Do we not have Spotify? Huh. All right. And once upon a time, it was actually in here. And then I removed it because it always failed to install through winget. Spoffity. Well, all right, cool. That's pretty funny. It did get it there. Spotify, and what did I have in my... Yeah, cool. That's enough. We'll just generate and compile that. Now I want to see that in action. So we got that. Multimedia tools. We should have Spotify right there. So now what I want to see is it to fail twice and then get to the user unelevated prompt and install Spotify with the invoke command. I don't know if that'll work, but we'll find out. Don't really get much of a verbosity here, do you? Do we have anything going in the background? No. All right. So it didn't really do what I wanted to, but it's close. Let's just close that. And let's add. Bringing all the YouTube folks over. Watch out, Twitch. We're invading. Let's see. Can we add verbosity to the invoke command inside? Let's ask. Let's ask our little friend. Is there a way to make invoke command verbose and to PowerShell? It is launched from. I'd like to see what the command's actually giving. Ah, there we go. Still don't think that's going to do anything, but sure. Let's look at the invoke command because I just don't trust AI at all here. Invoke command PowerShell. All right, PowerShell core. We got our argument list. Session as job. Big, thanks for the prime, man. Yeah, all the people complaining about YouTube's buffering, I bet half of that's the ad block problems. I think probably 90% of the people that watch me know about ad block and use it extensively. And YouTube has been just causing all kinds of problems with their ad block. And then the ad blockers now have anti-ad block to kind of try and get around it. But what it does, a lot of times, it does give excessive buffering. And I'm like, oh, you're using premium and it's still buffering. It only started in stream. Okay. Maybe I need to redo my encoding. I need it. I can't wait till AV1's more of the standard. I hate ads though. Don't take that as a, hey, you should watch ads. No, I don't believe that. If you can find a way to bypass ads, by all means, more power to you. I go for it is what I say. Because man, I can't stand them. Oh, but let's see. Just looking through the invoke commands and seeing if there's any kind of like tag or option here that I could utilize. I think the as job option's an interesting one that I might be able to do. And then I keep seeing argument list in here. We need to see if it's actually doing that. There is a run as administrator, but I don't know if we can get away with not doing that. Yeah, run a command. Yeah, that's the script block. I kind of want to just use the credential. Maybe we could fill in the domain and user, and that way it doesn't have to get the credential. That's a possibility. I don't know why this is so damn hard. This is probably the most I've ever spent troubleshooting one problem on this damn script. Oh, hate it. That's okay. I hate it, but I love it at the same time. How much have you missed? Not much, man. Still on the same problem. Still having issues. Oh, YouTube only do VP9 on live stream, but I saw they have AVC. I really want what is it, AV1 encoding. Oh, Tay, it's because it's auto updating and downloading the script because it sees it's different. So you can actually take off the auto update feature. Just go into profile. All right. I like this. I kind of want to run it as a job and then grab the job afterwards. Let's first try the verbosity and see what happens. So we've done the verbose comment here for the script block. That, and this is the whole script block. I feel like that's a little off. If we look, you got the silent command. You are missing scope. We have ID. Let's just run it and see what we get with verbose option. See if we can't get something a little more than that. All right, Spotify, install. It just won't show anything. Next up, I want to attempt it with, I want to attempt it as a job. Run this script as a job. I feel like the job might run at a user level instead of at administrative level, because typically you would do it that way. So you can see user attempt, blah, 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 chocolatey, user scope, but it didn't. Why didn't it do the right host invoke command? No, it skipped it. So maybe the compile didn't go through. Just to check. Okay, attempted. No. Now, invoke command. Okay, now it's invoke command. Still don't get any verbosity. We try to get credentials. It's going to prompt them, which honestly, I could just put myself as a username and password. It's not the biggest thing. I hate asking stuff from the user, because I know there's going to be that one guy out there that fills it up and is like, oh my God, dude, you're asking for my credentials and you're going to steal my stuff. And I just want to avoid that, even though it's Windows asking for the credentials. They don't know that. So, yeah. All right, fine. WinGit ID, silent, wait. What if, so we have it right here. Don't see a verbose command either. You think it just made it up? Oh no, it didn't make that up. Maybe it did. ID. Or let's toss it in as a job. Verbose not doing anything for me anyways. But I do want to actually get a log. I want to see what the hell's happening. Let's go log. Yeah. We'll do environment temp, I think, and probably just toss it in there. How's it going? Sophane. Probably butchered your name, sorry. I do that to everybody. Unless you change your input, it's not going to be able to find the WinGit ID in Cocoa. Yeah. So I know that, but the thing is, Spotify should install using WinGit. It's in WinGit. The problem with it is Spotify is unique in that it requires an unelevated prompt. So you have to install it via unelevated prompt for it to even work. It's kind of wild. Oh, Sophine. All right. DWM is in Linux, and then GlazeWM for Windows. So double. I use two at the same time. All right, let's go as job. And then log. Ooh. Log name. Log name's not. Oh, that's for that command. It's not actually a log. All right, fine. Since verbose is not doing anything, let's just kill it. And then let's ask for some help. Hopefully we get something better than we've been getting. And I mean, these aren't terrible solutions. They're just not the best. So we have that. Display job results with right host after it is complete. Also wait for job to complete. So let's adjust it. We're going to put it as a job and then spit it out afterwards. Man, this is getting super jank, but there's no other way to do these modifications that I can think of. Unless we do task scheduling, which is even more jank. The jank of Windows. Why everyone can't install a program the same way is beyond me. But then again, it's just life. Good luck on editing these streams. I'll get it done, man. My old friend Recut. So if you try to do WT without any profile, does it still launch as admin? So to launch my script, you need to be as an elevated user. So you have to launch the script as admin, so you're already at an elevated state. So you have to actually de-elevate and then run as a user. Now, obviously, in Linux, this is super easy because as soon as you finish sudo, you can easily drop back to user and everything can assume that state. And frankly, Mac's the same way. It's just Windows is a little bit janky with a lot of its implementation of its elevation. Like once something elevates, it's like it can go completely off the rails, which is fine. You know, I'm the one making the program, but at the same time, there's times where I'm like, damn, this sure would be nice if it just ran as the user, even though it was inelevated, and there would be an easy way to just say run as user, which there is a command run as user. It's just, it requires credentials to de-elevate. So think of like a reverse sudo, basically. It's just Windows being Windows. Oh, yeah. I think my profile I used to actually have a little a bolt, and then I redid it, and I forgot to add that back in. Next update, I'll do that. Okay. Let's see what we get here. I like this. It gives a proper exit code. It retrieves the job. It waits for the job to complete. And it spits it out. I feel like that is really good. I want to add this scope user as well. We'll leave it. We'll leave it for now. Let's try this. And now we go WinUtil. All right, looking good. Man, we're coming. We've come a long ways. We've come a long ways. It's just the little things like this. All right, fail. One more fail. Now, all right, we start the job. Starting the job. Retrieving the job. Is it gonna write anything? It takes a little bit. And then it fails. All right, failed to install Spotify. Exit code. Nothing. Okay, well. That's very informative. Since you're informative, let's just kill it. And this one, and this invoke script, let's just try it. So there's run as administrator. You have verbose, which we've already attempted. What else do we have? I just need something here. What do we got? Not a whole lot. I can't run as user because it's not there. Huh. Yeah, Dathis, I know. The PR is the PR was specifically about the chocolatey. Someone did a switch for me, and they did like some pseudocode and just submitted it in chat. And then I took that pseudocode, fixed it up, so there was a lot of he just tossed it up as quickly as he could and said, here's the basics of a switch, and then I just fixed some of the syntax errors that he had, and that's the whole purpose of this PR, so it's okay. But yeah, good pointing out there. It would suck to work on this for hours and then be like, oops, there's a billion other commits in this PR. That'd be funny. All right. Include local variables with the using command. Yep. To run on that, what else do we have? So you have get credentials, but what if Let's look at credentials. I know there's a way. Just refuse to give up on this. I think we can specify the credential to the local host / and then just grab the user. I think we can actually just fill it in with environment variables. Seems like a terrible idea. Like, why does that even exist? Skip certification checks, skip provocation check. I mean, it gives me some ideas. Seems like a good way to write a virus. Let's see. Yeah, all right, Don. Appreciate you hanging out, man. I get it. I'm going to be beating my head up against the wall probably for the next couple hours here. This is going to be a long one. Not very many people are going to click on this video once it's done, but that's okay. It's about the final project, persevering through it. We shall succeed. I think we can invoke it. Computer name through there. Let's go parameters. All right, allow redirection. Argument list. As job I like. Running WinUtil in GlazeWM inside a workspace with other apps is weird. Yeah. Well, so here's the thing, Perry. This is the funny part. Most of everything in here does properly tile, but there's one thing Windows can't do, or GlazeWM really can't, is when you have administrative level stuff like this. This is an admin prompt. It can't manage this window. So it has no way of managing it. So it just sits on top of everything else. Now, if I launch an unelevated, it tiles it just great. But here we are. Windows is Windows. Matt, I just joined. What are we doing? Beating our head up against the wall until the wall gives way. That's what we're doing. The wall's going to give out any hour now. Janky solution, create a bat and then Y run. Ooh. Well, technically, invoke command's pretty much like that. It's just like a encapsulated command. The problem is we're executing it as an admin because we're admin when we're running this command. We need to run it as a user. And that's the tricky part. That's the part that's like, eh. Now, the old way, you know, I don't know if I'm sold that this worked. I don't think this command worked. Because I'm looking at this command. You know what? Let's give it another run. I got an idea. I think if I just use my brain, let's shut off all this AI crap. And we're going to get up here. I'm not going to do this invoke command stuff. I'm just going to paste this in. Actually, let's do that. All right, on elevated prompt. Now, if we look at this, there's an actual problem. The start process when get is actually incorrect. This should be file path when get, like so. And this quote, let's try and do a single quote for it. I think that might screw up stuff. What if we do, okay, let's start with this, but instead of this double quote, let's try and do a single quote, much like we did with the arg list. That actually is probably closer to being correct than anything else. I think we have to run with that because everything else just kind of doesn't make sense to me. I feel like that would be the solution right there. It starts the process as PowerShell in the user scope with a run as user. For whatever reason, this should actually work and launch. Now, The reason why it would is that it's a nested PowerShell command. Now, that PowerShell command, oh, let's see. I don't think that, let's try it. Let's just stop wondering and see. Can't you just open up a non-admin PowerShell to install the app and then close it again? Yeah. That's what we've been doing. But we're trying to automate it. Can't because it's being used. Really? Is it? Huh. Sure. I think Windows is on drugs here. Compile. Yeah. I was like, I don't see it being used. All right, here we go. All right, we'll try that again. Spotify install. All right. Try to install this damn app again. Yeah. I don't think that method was ever valid. I think it's cool we have the fallback here, but I just don't think that is really a good method. Hey, what's up, Rux? Sudo exe is really bad. Need to run as exe. Doesn't support commands from shell. Yeah, gsudo is actually a lot better, Perry, if you're going to go down that route. Man. All right. Why is it like that? How do you? Hopefully you got something to share, because I have tried a bunch of different stuff. I think the closest thing I like about this is doing like an invoke command and then forcing it to do a run as. But when we do that, it does prompt the user for their credentials. And I think that's almost the best solution that I can come up with. It's kind of funny. Attempting with an unelevated prompt requires you to sign in. So I think that's what we do, which is hilarious. Like Windows and their sign in is just laughable at best. But here, let's assign a Windows password real fast. We're gonna go control user password 2. Now, many people might be looking at this and going, Titus, why are you using a command from Windows Server 2000? And to you, I say, it's available in 2024. So what if the command's 24 years old? It still checks out. You know? So you can change a whole bunch of stuff from these types of things. So let's go manage passwords. Those credentials. No, nothing there. Well, actually, I might be able to do. Is there a subscribe local account here? Just some junk. Okay. Yeah, don't want to mess with that. Let's go advanced management, users, subscribe, set password. Yes, we're going to set the password. We're going to go 1234, 1234. Okay. Password is set. Okay, perfect. So now let's we actually need the Windows utility. Let's try this. There's something in the Windows utility that rarely ever gets used, but I have it there just for really myself. Domain, nothing. 1234, enable. Perfect. It's encrypted. So that sets up our auto login. Honestly, if you didn't even want to do that, you can set it directly into registry to log in. So what we're going to do now is check this out. This is going to be good. You could try run as trust level 0x to 20,000 PowerShell. Does it work as a restricted user? Let's see. Okay. Oh, as that. That's nice. Wait a second. I think you might have cracked the case. You magnificent being. Oh, there we go. All right, let me think. PowerShell. Let's send an argument We can send an argument with this. I'm pretty sure we can. Yeah. Yes, 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 yes. Oh, that is exactly what I needed. Yeah, so instead of PowerShell core, we're using the other PowerShell. I like it, though. The problem is still password with that method, though. Yeah, so this one, I think we could... Yeah, I don't think doing the nested start process is needed. I agree with that. But I think what we can do is the run as, and I think we might be able to nest the process in there. Maybe... Okay, let's just take this. Let's go rewrite this using invoke command, and for winget install, you preface this with... Okay. I know that looks crazy, but watch. I think that might work, though. I think with the dash command, for standard PowerShell, instead of using PowerShell core like I was doing, I want to say that will work. Oh, I like that so much. Let's go back. We just need to exit out of the dash command. So that right there should work. And what we're going to do for testing purposes, Spotify.spotify. So in a perfect world, oof, okay, we'll have to wrap the whole command. Yeah, the run as verb argument Rux works, but it does prompt the user for credentials, so you have that interactive. So it's actually not a bad one. That's actually what I was about to go to until I saw this trust level 20,000 PowerShell command. I think we can actually get away with just doing something like that. Okay, maybe we can't get away with doing that. It was just like, nope. All right, let's just put that over on this side for now. All right, let's try it a little different. I think we got a syntax error. I think we need PowerShell dash command winget, but I think we need to put quotes like this. Yeah. There we go. There we go. That's what I'm talking about. Beat the head against the wall until the wall gives. That's our command right there. Let's go. That's awesome. All right, now that should actually properly de-elevate. Let's uninstall Spotify now, because now we got to install it again. Where are you, Spotify? You piece of crap. Whatever. Never find shit. They're new GUI. All right, Spotify. Did Spotify just not install? It installed it on some random user. Yeah. Oh, was it a red message after that? Oh, man. So we didn't quite get there. That was close, though, man. It sure seemed like it was installing. Let's see. I kind of want to just see Spotify. You know what's hilarious to me? Windows search just still sucks after all these years. It's like, hey, you're better off just downloading everything search and then installing it and then using it to search. All right, so we got a git error we need to grab. Maybe we could just do a pause. Maybe like multi-line. I do kind of want to check one thing. All right, git error. Okay, let's just do that. The main issue I'm having with this command is we're not running it actually as a script, but we could like pipe multi-line into the PowerShell. Yeah, the main issue is it pulls up that user PowerShell, and then once it finishes running the command, I needed to pause. Let's see. Oops. Does the pause command actually do it? Can you modify that to be multi-line, because it don't run. Don't run. Change it to Cocoa install. There we go. That should technically get us the error we need. Let's take a peek. Just pause. Okay. So then if I do this, paste. It doesn't like the escapes here on the back. We need to actually put it inside that command. Let's just do this. Can't. So then we go back. Pause. I don't think that'll work. Back ticks. Yeah, I don't think that's gonna work. Take it easy, Peter. All right, well, yeah, that didn't work. It's like, nope. We could try, yeah, semicolon sometimes does. So this technically would be semicolon, pause, and then something like that. Possible. There we go. Installer failed with Xcode 23. Here's our log file. Alrighty. So then, let's look at our log file. Invalid user account for install. So it is running as a user with the trust level, but then it's like, wait a second, you're administrator, and administrator's an invalid user account. Okay. Oh, dude, we're so close. I feel like this, oh, geez. It's going to end up being something really silly, though. I really like that trust level. That's really nice, though. Kind of clutch. If we add user with like an environmental user, I think like echo environment domain user echo environment. Let's see what we have. Computer name, home drive, path, logon server. Oh my posh, power line. Come on, give me freaking something. Nothing, huh? Session name. Temp, user domain. Okay, user domain. Username. So we got username. And then echo environment user. Just user domain. So we should be able to do something like this. What I'm trying to do is just kind of workshop. This will probably prompt for a password. Who am I? Who am I will work. Let's see. So it'd need to be user, colon, then the domain, which technically would be the machine name in this case. So we'll just do who am I, like that. Let's see. Echo, who am I? Okay, that didn't echo. Who am I? No, that does work. That is correct for the syntax. So why doesn't it like that? So when I do this, it's going to bomb out. It's going to say, what are you doing? I need a specific environment of this. So this is valid. It's just PowerShell's too stupid to know that's valid. So what we have to do is we can feed it an invoke command and grab the who am I and then just feed it that variable. So stupid. Will save cred work? Possibly. This is all to install Spotify, by the way. Such a waste. just such a massive waste. The sacrifices I make for the dumbest things in this utility. But my goodness, I think we can make it work. So the run as PowerShell command here, this does technically work. And the program up here, let's go. Who am I equals, is that a who am I exe? I think that will work. I kind of don't like how that's specified, like relying on that executable. I feel like doing like an environment variable there would have been better. Doesn't need to be an exe, but it probably is. It's built into Windows. Yeah, I'm pretty sure. We can try it. I don't necessarily like that. I kind of like using like an env user domain and then specifying that. But again, it's not. Who am I? Technically, that should work. It's fine. I'm just being nitpicky. So then this would be user. And then using colon. Who am I? Space. Let's double check our syntax. Then we do the PWSH. And ooh, let's see what we got. Argument list PWSH. Command. You know what? Let's just take all of this. We're going to actually leave the pause in. So I kind of want to see this run. It's just been so janky. Where's that single quote coming from? I don't think I need that. All right. Yeah, you don't necessarily need the exe. We can do without it, but again, I'd much rather use environment variables than calling that executable anyways. Be the better way to go. So the problem with doing that, Tay, is the run as command doesn't like calling that executable first. That's why it will fail. That's what we're doing here. That's why we call it up here, assign it to variable. Assigned but never used. Really? You sure about that? Script block's right here. Okay. Oh, it's not. Okay, I see why it's saying that. So this tick, tick, and like that. Okay, now we're good. Let me make sure. Okay. Oh, it worked for you? Run as no profile and then user who am I? Really? Okay, let's try it. I'd like that if that works. So we're gonna just come back. We already had it in here, but you're gonna say no profile. Still prompts for a password. And then we get the PowerShell. Okay. So that works. Now, can I get rid of that password? Okay. So let's get rid of my password real fast. What happens if I don't have a password? Oops, not manage passwords, my bad. Ah. Okay. Just clearing out my password. Yeah. Can't use blank passwords for run as. Same thing I had. I mean, how many people run without a password these days? Am I one of the only people? I don't like passwords for my Windows instance. I'm like, it's already super unsecure. They're still using like SAM files from like the 90s. So if anybody wants to crack a Windows password. It's super simple. Although I think some of the Microsoft stuff's a little better these days, but I don't know how much better. Okay, we've got a couple people say no password. Damn. Yeah. I don't think there's any way around it. We have to... Damn. Try that command with NA for the ID instead. Yeah. Well, Rux, I'm taking a look at that one in just a second. The big thing is I want to get the elevated prompt working for Spotify. Let's get rid of Spotify, actually, speaking of. Because we're going to need to check this again for the next go. Spotify. All right, Spotify's gone. I think, honestly, I'm just overthinking it, overcomplicating it, where probably the best way to do this, I guess but if I do it with an unelevated prompt and you don't have a password, it will still register for one. How do we get around the people without passwords? All this is moot if you can't get anything but a 0 exit code. That's true. That's very true. When we did the no profile, it seemed like that kind of unlocked it with the trust level. What about after the user ID identified? What if we do trust level, something like that? Oh, it's obviously that's what we do. Yeah, do something like that. Maybe it would, no, I think it'd still try to do that command. Wonder if we could specify the command for winget to use. Yeah, Spotify doesn't allow install as admin, but uninstall of it probably. It probably won't allow to join. Yeah, I don't think so either. Yeah, you're right. What if? So let's take this. Maybe there's another command we could specify on winget to get around this that I'm just not seeing. You can go scope user or machine. Holy hell, Tay, that is crazy. If not, man, that's totally gonna screw up the script. I love the idea though. There's character limits that cut it off. Yeah, I mean, we could always do that. If you have something like that, I could reference Tay. Just throw it in my haste bin. Just bin.christitus.com. Right now, I'm thinking of maybe we tackle winget directly with a start process. Maybe there's something in the installer that we could change. I haven't tackled this in a while with winget. I was hoping they added something to specify like a Spotify install. Now, most times if you look it up, they're going to be like, well, just run it as a user and then install it that way. But I was kind of hoping there'd be some type of command to specify the user to install it as. So you have authentication window preference, silence preferred or interactive. Authentication account to be used for authentication. That's interesting. Has anybody ever used this tag before on winget install? Yeah, they don't have a functional scope argument for the user. So that's a thing. Oh, did I not? All right. So let's give me the usage of the argument or authentication. What's that syntax? Or are we just going to have to guess? Typical Microsoft fashion. Oh, they don't even have it in there. Oh, Microsoft, your knowledge base has always sucked. Don't you ever change. I'll be the most surprised person on earth if this actually was in here. Yeah, they don't. We want authentication account. Okay, give me authentication account. Authentication. Okay. We're just gonna have to guess. Let's just try a who am I? Okay. Give me help. But that's all I get. Okay, let's look that up. Specify the account to be used for authentication. I feel like that's it. Let's see if it's somewhere online. Okay, I think that's for like a certificate or something. I don't think it's what I think it's for. So right now I'm just looking through and seeing if I can find this extra thing, because I think if we could utilize a little more of the WinGet on the install, WinGet has to have some way of dealing with Spotify from an admin account. I say that in just hopes, but it is WinGet after all. Which, oh, no. Oops. All right. WinGet upgrade. Yeah, it's just going to be not what I'm looking for. Kind of hoping for something. WinGet auth. All right. Yeah, I don't think we're gonna get any love here. I just wanted to try something different. I mean, we're close. The closest we can get right now is we can program in an unelevated prompt, but it requires the user to put in their credentials to install it as themselves, which is fine for most people. But there's us, like myself and a couple other sysadmins in the audience that are like, hey, I don't have a user password because user passwords suck on Windows. It's Windows, why even bother? And yeah, for us this solution wouldn't work. And I mean, how many people run without a password? I don't know. How many people are going to try to install Spotify through here without a password? Yeah, I can't find a way around it either. I mean, this is the most hilarious Windows logic kind of thing out there. We're at a root level account, right? We have all the power in the world to do anything we want from this machine. We could destroy everything. So all we want to do is de-elevate and install Spotify at a user level. We can't do that though. It's such a hilarious problem to have. I mean, it is so crazy. Like, that's hilarious. I think it compromises an order. I think at this point, for the unelevated prompt, this technically should work for most people. Probably well over 90% of Windows users. It's just so wild. Yeah, no prompt for passwords possible. Exactly. If you try a run as command with an account without a password, the run as command will fail because it's unsecure to have a blank password. Can't even make this shit up. It's hilarious. Yeah, even the modules for WinGet can't install Spotify without any scopes defined. It's kind of crazy. Like, technically, WinGet with the scope user silent, accept all agreements, this technically should work, except WinGet doesn't honor scopes. Yeah, I mean, really, it is the installers for Spotify that are bad. Almost everything else installs. It's just Spotify that's always like, why? Oh shit, I forgot about that. Yeah, the BitLocker being enabled on everybody in 24H2. Did I even check BitLocker on this machine? Let's see. Speaking of BitLocker, nah, BitLocker's not on. I was like, hey, I read that article too, that BitLocker is getting enabled for everybody on 24H2. I also read the article that said we get ads too, but here we are on 24H2 with neither. So we'll see if Microsoft actually follows through with that. Oh, man. All right. Let me just fix this real fast. What we're going to do, copy this, copy. All right. All of that. Paste. And then removal of the scope user. And then we'll just do a verb, run as user. Ugh, disgusted. Just utterly disgusted by this, but hey, it's all good. Oh, man, coming live to you from the hospital bed. Man, I'm sorry, man. That sucks. Drunk on ketamine. Well, that sounds actually fun. That doesn't sound half bad with the ketamine infusion. I'm sorry, Sparky. That sucks, man. But at least you're giving you the good shit. Oh, man. Ah, get better, man. Get better. All right. Run as user. I think this is the best we can do. Let's go ahead and set that again. Now, loose. What was it? What was that? I think it was Az that told me the actual hotkey for the passwords. I always use control user passwords too, but there was actually even closer. It was loose something rather. Can't remember. Anyways, we'll just do control user passwords too. And I'll just hit it from here. LUSR. Yeah. There we go. LUSR MGR. So .msc. Local user manager. Okay. LUSR MGR. Okay. Got it. Probably will forget, but anyways, let's set the password. All right, got that set. Perfect. And then compile. WinUtil. And then we're going to come down to Spotify. Install. Fail. And then subscribe. So the main issue there is that does work exactly how I thought. I think the main issue there would be the chocolatey fallback. It's going to always skip the chocolatey fallback because of the failure on Spotify. The command cannot run completely because the system cannot find all the information required. And that's fine. And that's the catch. I need it for it to wait for the run as user. So let's see if we can't figure this out. Let's go. Need it to wait for run as user to authenticate before it hits catch. Start process wait. Look at that. Oh, you stay classy, GPT. Okay, sorry. Yeah, let's just do the wait. I think the wait was already in there, though. Yeah, wait was already there. It's just not waiting. Actually, maybe that would work. Maybe I was making fun of GPT, but actually there might be a rhyme or reason to that. wait for authentication from verb run as user before triggering catch. Yeah, so we already had the wait process in there. This, I think it says it wants to wrap it in its own try catch just because of the unelevated prompt. By doing it this method, it should technically be okay and not cancel out, in theory. I'm using Super Maven now because it's fast and the only AI copilot doesn't repeat what I want to change. That's actually kind of nice. Super Maven is awesome. Yeah, I need to switch over to it. Can you make a video on Debian WM Titus? I can, Seraph. I just need to spend at least another 20 hours making DWM. Maybe we do like a 24-hour stream where I just go through and make DWM happen. You look tired, Mike says. You know, I get a lot of people say, I look tired. It's called being old, Mike. Damn it. What the hell? Why you gotta call me out like that? Rude. What is wrong with you? You look tired? Do you walk up to people and say, you look tired? Mike, I'm talking to you. You're the one that looks tired. Probably a 20-year-old. Sorry, it's late. Apologize, Mike. I lost it. That was uncalled for. Not as uncalled for as you look tired, though. Picking fights in chat. All right. No, I'm also tired. Such is life, man. Such is life. It's okay. It's okay. I probably should chug a Red Bull and just keep going. But I'd probably die of a heart attack if I tried that. So we're just going to drink water, stay hydrated, and keep churning on. All right, let's try this try catch. I think isolating and minimizing the try catch might actually be okay. I think that hopefully wrapping it like this should fix the immediate failure in the background there. Let's rerun. I am tired of this bullshit. That's for sure. Oh, man. All right, let's work on this. Let's do a compile. Here we go. Try number 53. It's gonna work. It's gonna be perfect. Did we uninstall Spotify? Did we? We didn't. All right, let's uninstall Spotify. Windows is gonna break because I've installed Spotify like 50 times. I just can't think of another janky program that doesn't install properly. Multi-billion-dollar company and they can't find someone that knows a Windows install program, but hey, it's okay. Here we go. Okay, so it still works, but the try catch still fails. Not waiting. I put dash wait. 100 people watching you tear down user protection in Windows. Well, I think a lot of people can easily do that. Windows doesn't need much help in that department. I still laugh at the Windows users that think they can be secure. Hilarious. It's okay. I love my Windows and my Windows users. It's okay. Like I said. All right, Spotify installs just fine there, but it does not wait. All right, let's just drop that. How do we wait for this? Honestly, I think probably the best thing we could do is like a do while loop on a get credential maybe. You know, you're not wrong there, Mike. There's a lot of people like my father-in-law. He has a computer that's over 20 years old, works perfect, still running Windows XP, and he does his little music on it. He has his programs that he's installed on it from CD, and that works for him. And he never hooks it up to the internet, never does anything. He just goes over, pushes it on whatever he needs to do is like music composing. A lot of actual writers use like old systems like WordStar. I think was it George R.R. Martin does. There's another famous article writer that, not WordStar, it was another weird program that was used back in the day for word processing, back before it was a big monopoly. It's kind of wild. Yeah, Christopher Nolan, that was it. Thanks, Barry. Does it run? I think it's SP2 actually. SP3 I think it was 2006, and I think it was before that. So that's kind of funny. All right, let's move. I need something. I need a water. We're close. I just need to figure out the get credential would probably be the better method. And then just using the, I don't want to use run as maybe, but it might be work. Wait before going further in the script. Maybe there's a easy thing I'm looking at. Yes, that's what we need. It's like, there's an easier way. Wait for exit. Man, that sounds, hopefully GPT didn't just hallucinate that. I mean, that would be great, but here's what probably happened. It could have just grabbed that from Python. You know how GPT likes to just make crap up all the time. I have like 20% confidence this will work. It's a method in C#. I mean, let's try it. I mean, I'm here for it. So much of PowerShell's not documented. They could have added it. Oh, overloaded PowerShell. It's like, not enough in memory. Can't handle the power. All right, try that again. It happens. Okay, well, at least didn't crash on us. So then we got that. And now let's go Spotify install. Here we go. Yeah. Still not. I didn't think so. I think it just hallucinated. I think that's what you get with GPT, man. Like, I've used GPT enough now that it's like, that looks like a hallucination. That looks like it just grabbed something from a different language and was like, it probably works in PowerShell. Here, try it. To its unsuspecting victim. It's either wait or wait for exit. And I think start process returns the same type of function in a starting a process in C#. Okay. Try .wait. Okay, let's try .wait. What if we... I don't think you need the parentheses after it. I think just .wait. Okay. PowerShell 7.4. Wait process. Let's try just .wait. I feel better about that. And the fact that we have people from Twitch chat is, I've said it before and I will say it again. Y'all are smarter than any. I would take you over any AI any day of the week. I tell you what, there's been so many complex solutions that have only been solved with Twitch chat comparative to the crap that GPT spits out for me sometimes. I'm like, oh, that's just straight garbage. Close, but it would be nice if that was there, but it's not a function. All right, let's compile. WinUtil. I didn't install Spotify this last time. I just kind of exited out there before installation. Here we go. Now, no go. No love. No love there. Didn't think so, but I thought, hey, it was worth a shot. Oh, check the link. Okay, let's hit the link. Wait process. Okay. Like it. Change this to wait process. This is a little more specific. I think that actually might be okay. What do you guys think? I kind of like that better than just the standard wait. Okay, C# is wait for exit or wait for exit async. This is a PowerShell runtime too. So I do worry that it'll start in another thread and then lose it. So that's kind of why I wanted to do a start process ID, because that'll pin it to a thread, I'm pretty sure, and then it'll be fine. Just doing a standard wait would work in almost every other PowerShell script, but I think it would fail in this one just because we use run spaces. So now we have that. Dude, here we go. Man, we're putting in some time tonight on this sucker. Jeez, we're coming up. I think it's been 6 hours now. I'm determined. Just work. All right, let's try the wait. We're going to go parry. Parry is one and see if wait can give it to me. Man. That try catch is just going to be the death of me. All right. Let's just back that out. Close that. Let's go wait. Wait won't work. Oh, okay. Does it crash because of the launch of run as? Possibly. Well, what's happening is it's just going through this start process. And it's saying, hey, run as. And it's just like queuing up. So it doesn't actually start the process. Or at least this is what I'm thinking is happening. I don't think it starts the winget install process until the run as is actually elevated. So I think process actually doesn't even start. So it's not going to wait for it to go. So that's what's happening is we need to detect if I need it to detect if the user is waiting for authentication and not move further. Really? Oh, hell. Its solution is just to add a long ass wait. That is jank, dude. A second grader could write better code. Come on. Give me something better. That's terrible. I mean, a couple times out of 10 it probably would work if someone typed their stuff in less than 10 seconds, maybe. What? That is wild. It did answer the question. Okay. Let's pretend you are a professional programmer that absolutely hates waits or sleeps in his program because you are not in second grade. Now, try to code this without a giant sleep delay for the process to start. Maybe try finding the auth window ID, perhaps? Or maybe you can try and search for, what would that be? Yeah, I think that's fine. Let's just give, I think that's enough. Now you're just making shit up. Windows security title? Really? What was the title of that window? I mean, it'd be nice if that was right. But we totally know this is a wild goose chase. I mean, it could work though. Let's see. Let's just run it again. Yeah, GPT is totally like, okay, smartass, here you go. This is just for you. Although the title of that window is Windows Security. Hey, this is actually not a bad idea. I think this could work. Okay. All right. Let's get rid of this else statement. All right, let's take this. Let's take that. We're going to come down here with it. It's going to do this. I don't like this weight. I do like to change this to wait process with an ID. I like the ID version of it a lot better. Hopefully I didn't piss off ChatGPT. Okay, no, we're still good. We're still in business. And I think the best way to go from here, so we wait for this, okay, now it's successfully done. Process wait for exit. I don't think that will actually go. And let's get rid of this. I think what we can do here, let's change this. Change this to a while loop, and the window title Windows security exists. All right. So we're changing it to auth window title Windows security. Auth window title. Boom, boom. If auth window installation. Wait for exit doesn't work. Oh, somebody's saying I'm angering Skynet. Wait for exit isn't valid in PowerShell. I thought you were smart. Anyhow, I need you to... I'm going to be the first one to die in the machine wars when the robot overloads come, guys. Anyhow, I need you to remove the wait for exit. And it's constantly going to go, okay, auth window's there. Boom, it goes in. It says waiting for auth thing in the wait for exit. Break commands. Why the window is active. All right. Okay, yeah, that's fine. You probably should add a small delay in there so it doesn't cycle too much. Okay, 5 seconds. Really? It's a while loop. Do you think everyone is smoking weed? Why, on the computer? Maybe take it down to, I don't know, 1 second? Take it down to 1 second. Yeah. Jeez. Yeah, here we go. A little better. It's like, I don't know if I want to finish now. This guy's a complete a-hole. It's like, I just want to quit. I'm done. I'm done with this job. I'm done with this guy. GPT's pissed. It's like, it just walked off the job on me on this last line. It totally did. Look at it. It's just like ... All right. Yeah. It totally broke. It's like, I'm done. I can't deal with this abuse anymore. All right, good stuff. All right. I'm sorry, baby. Here we go. I think this is good. So now we have that. No auth window detected. Proceeding other installation checks. Boom. Then it waits for process. I like it. Now I feel like that is a solid go. While loop, auth window. Let's try it out. The AI's like, I gotta go get my edibles after this guy. You wouldn't believe it. All these other humans out there, they're being all nice to us, saying please and thank you. And this Chris Titus mother effer, all he does is belittle us, say how stupid we are, and that we're not going to take over humans' jobs. We need to do something to him. Well, I'm not worried about it. Mainly because they're too stupid to fix my function. I've been sitting here struggling for like 3 hours just to do this simple, stupid thing. And yet, it's going to take a whole bunch of professional programmers' jobs. Ah, man. Yeah, still shit didn't work. I feel like it maybe just skipped over the wait there. I don't think it gave it enough time for that auth window to show up. While true, although... All right, let's check that, Perry. It could translate to PowerShell. Some of it. Yeah, actually. I need to get back into C# programming. Let's add a delay just to see, just to put my mind at rest. What I think's happening is because everything's running on run spaces and multiple threads, I think it's just going so fast that before that window can actually pop up, it's just already through the while loop. And it's not reading that the auth window is even there. Patrick, thanks for the subs, man. I need it tonight. I gotta tell you, this is a beating. Back to win one shot. I think C# gives us so much more flexibility. I need to just get back into it for sure. Let's go and let's just add a delay to wait for the auth window title to show up. Appreciate it. Oh man. All right, so we got auth window appeared false while not auth window get parent. All right, let's take this. Let's accept that. Auth window title. Man, this is just getting insane. All for Spotify. All right, we'll go auth window title. So we're specifying auth window title, auth window appeared. Then we're going to go for a while loop here, not auth window appeared, and elapsed time and max wait time. I like that. Auth window get process where auth window title, window security equals. So then once this shows up, if it appears, auth window has appeared, boom, spit out. If not, wait interval 1 second. I mean, a little redundant, but that's okay. And then we just got the plus equals wait time interval. Okay. And then if not, auth window did not appear in the expected time. And then while true, auth window. This true, I'm not sure on. I feel like this should be ranked Age of Empires 4. I was playing that for a bit, man. I was loving some Age of Empires 4, but then it was taken away from my work and I had to quit. I was like, I love Age of Empires 4 so much that it was ruining my work product. And I was like, all I could think about is Age of Empires 4. And I was like, damn it, I gotta quit this game. This game's too good. Such is life. Such is life. All right. They just make games too good these days. Unless it's like Destiny 2 and then you try and bleed us dry with money. Those I just like, I can't. After about a couple days of that, you're like, nope, no more. I feel like that Wild True should be different. Do I have any time to stream it again in the future? Maybe. If I do it, I think I'll probably do it on like a gaming channel or something. Oh man, EverQuest was so much fun. Yeah, but I'd probably do it on a separate channel and just kind of hide. Or at least kind of move to a different place so people finding me wouldn't, because if I did on this channel, everyone that popped in chat would be asking tech questions while I'm doing it. Horizon XI, Final Fantasy 11 is still one of my faves. Probably my favorite Final Fantasy of all time for sure. But yeah, I think I'd probably create a whole new gaming channel to stream on, because otherwise I'd just get a lot of people asking about tech stuff. All right. Is this while loop valid? Titus GG win. Whenever I don't have a day job, maybe. It's not even responding. It's funny. Let's just do let's try a chat. So the while true will run indefinitely unless it runs into a break statement. That's what the while true does. This happens only if no authentication window is detected, causing the script to hang, which is fine. Constantly pulling the authentication window with get process every second can be resource intensive, especially if the loop runs for long periods. There's no error handling while the loop to manage this process. Okay. Let's run it. I'm actually fine with this as is. Not exactly proper, but not bad either. Yeah, it's PowerShell, so it's a little more limited. Oh, and I'm terrible at checking chat in games. So true. So true. It's like I get laser focused in it. Yeah, I think with programming, I'm like, did anybody have an answer to this? Because I am lost. So I kind of love programming on stream. I feel like it is, one, probably somewhat entertaining, and two, I do love the assistance. So programming is like the perfect thing to stream. All right, Spotify, show me something. Really? Guys, I'm like literally just about to rip this whole try catch out. Like, what the hell? Have you looked at a new proxy protocol like VMAS or VLAS? I live in Iran, so the Great Firewall makes my life hard as hell. Oh man, I have not. I know you can't do traditional VPNs. I was gonna get around. Let's say I was in China or another country that restricted it, like Iran, or heck, even I think Russia does it now too. I mean, obviously satellite would be the best, but yeah, that's not an option. Traditional VPNs, all the ports would be blocked. WireGuard, I'm pretty sure they're already up to date with and block that as well. And you can't really get out on a VPS to establish a link. I mean, you might be able to obfuscate it using like a VPS somewhere else. It depends on how much you're getting blocked. But my idea probably would be set up a VPS, pass through like a super obscure port, and do it over like UDP. Like pick some funky port like voice or something that wouldn't be blocked, and then like maybe probably in like the 30,000 range or something like that on UDP. Assign that in OpenVPN and a VPS to get out, and then you should be okay. I couldn't see a good way to block that. Just my thoughts. Yeah, so how you ban VPN or even WireGuard for that matter is usually they block a lot of the standard or the ports that everyone uses. So there's certain ports that really break down internet traffic pretty bad. DPI doesn't care what port you use. Yeah, but no, I mean, you could just worth a shot. Is the only thing I can think of. Oh, deep packet inspection. Okay. You could change the packet themselves before going out. I actually, oh geez, this is a callback. This is about 10 years ago. I was doing VPNs through satellite, which is very difficult because of the latency. And to get that going, we had to use a bandit device. And the bandit device wrapped the packets. Bandit electronic control device, I think it is. Packets. What do they look like? Let's see if I can't find it. I don't even know if they're around anymore. Okay, maybe not a Bandit electronic control device. It was Bandit Packet VPN. Encore Networks VPN products. I remember utilizing these things specifically for packets, and what it did is it modified the packets before it went over satellite, because there was a section of the packet that always got screwed up, and then on the other end you would hook up that and then it would reassemble the packet. I would imagine that would get around DPI. Just thinking outside the box here. I'm using NetBoard Bird at the moment. There's always something like zero tier as well. Yeah. So, yeah, sorry for the flashbang. My bad. Sorry, it's late. Yeah.
Good night, Daddy.
Oh, good night, Chief. Your sister going to bed too?
Yeah, about to.
Okay. Good night. I love you.
I love you. I'll see you in the morning.
All right, buddy.
Probably should finish that.
Oh, yeah. Yeah, I will. I'll be in a minute. Oh, yeah. So anyways, call for a discount. I remember hooking these up because they specifically... This would still require you to travel outside the country and have someone for an endpoint. But I know that would modify the packet, and I don't know how it would... but I'm pretty sure it would bypass it, because I remember it significantly changed the VPN packets and how it made possible for the latency to work over satellite. So if you ever need to do satellite VPNs, I think I was doing this for, I think it was ATF, or it might have been National Guard. I can't remember. One of hell, it might have been a hospital. I don't remember. It was some government thing, and I remember setting it all up, and they were kind of a pain to deal with, and they're kind of like janky products, but they did work at the end of the day. I don't know how that would work, but anyways, yeah, just a couple thinking outside the box there. Something you probably don't hear about all day. What do you think of Starlink? Is it worth the price? Probably. It depends. If 6 meg down DSL. Yeah, if you could get Starlink, it would definitely be worth the price on that. Fragment, you don't need a device, but it constantly comes and goes. I gotcha. Yeah, 13 East. This would be very much like two-sided, where you'd have an endpoint. You'd have to travel outside the country for a little bit, place the device, and then travel back in and here, and then it would establish the bridge. And it would encrypt it. So, obviously this is intended for satellite VPNs, which satellite VPNs are great for, like, if the entire world infrastructure went down, unless like they nuked the satellites in orbit, you're going to have internet, and it's going to be secure. So a lot of government agencies really like to kind of do that type of setup with a VPN through satellite. But VPNs traditionally don't work very well, especially in high orbit satellite, because of latency. So the bandit devices are a way to fix that. I know that's a little probably outside your price range, but They do work. And it would bypass any kind of government blocks if you had the resources. But again, time and money. All right, run async. Yeah, Smokey. The wrap.exe, all it does is launch PowerShell. The PowerShell script and still call the get. It just does it all without having to pull up a command prompt. So you never have to pull up this. The executable just basically launches this and then puts the command in for you. You just have to right click and say run as admin. And a lot of times, a lot of antiviruses will flag that executable because it is launching PowerShell with admin and then making system changes. So a lot of antiviruses really don't like the wrapped executable. So word of warning there. But yeah, a lot of people just, they get the executable and they just like that. They just make an exclusion in Windows Defender and then it's fine. So that's the workaround until I make a complete C# program, which we've gotten the back end of that. I really want to work on that more. I just need to stream more days. If I could just stream like 5 days a week and get like 2 of those days dedicated to like C# and make them like 12-hour streams, I could make some good progress. Coco install. Yeah, we could just do Coco install Spotify. I'm sure that would work too. Anywho, this still doesn't work. That's hilarious. But I want to check. It does not wait for auth window. Okay. What I'm going to do, we're going to do another true loop. This is going to be funny. We're getting rid of all this. No reason. Wait time in seconds. 1. Break. This is totally terrible programming. Don't do this at home. But if auth window, boom, appeared, break. If not, boom. Don't even need this. Spec, we're close. We're very, very close. We've pretty much got it to where the user one will work. And then I think we're good. It's just right now, the back end of the script is doing a try catch and failing, even though the install works. So I'm like, I kind of want that to go. This is really just not even used. So we're waiting for the auth window to appear. If not, else sleep. And then this one, we wait and say, hey, it's obviously appeared. So now we wait for it to disappear. There's definitely a better way to code that. It's ugly, it's dirty, it's hacky, but it's what we're working on. At the end of the day, it should work. Yeah, while wait is true, basically, that's what it does. It should just loop indefinitely. At least that's what GPT says. Let's see. All right, still didn't work. Yes. Is it bedtime?
Yeah.
All right, I'll be right in. Yes.
Are you gonna take me for
I'll take you to bed. Ooh, can I make all categories hideable? Ooh, that's a good one, Kang. I think we can do that. This still didn't work. Silly. Wouldn't it be while process? It would, if the process didn't exist. So the window title is actually wrong, is what the actual true thing here. All right, I'll be right back. I'm going to put my daughter to bed. We're going to fix this. Happening. Give me just 2 seconds. Give me 5 minutes. Let's go term down 5 minutes. Title. Let's take a 10-minute break. No, let's take a 8-minute break. 8 minutes. I'll be right back. Oh no. I didn't make the time. Oh. All right. Ah. All right. I need actually that Hikari script from a long time ago. I need to pull that back. I need to get that going for whenever I take a break on stream. All right, here we go. Kang, thanks for the prime, man. Let's go. Here we go. Here we go. We're not quitting until this is done. Huh. So, the quickest way to do this. All right. Win title properties. I want to get the properties of this window. Now, there's XDO tool on Linux. What the hell do we use on Windows? I forget. Let's see. Come on, Windows. If I was Windows. Oh yeah, Windows Spy. Spy. AHK. Thank you. That's perfect. Yes, we need Windows Spy. Here we go. What? I just want Windows Spy download. Okay, maybe. Yes, that's exactly what I need. Download. Okay. Did that, okay, let's just extract all here. Yeah, sure. Okay. Cool. All right, cool. Now, we got our Windows Spy going. Perfect. Now let's grab the find. Nope. Where's that little tool, little eyeglass? Drag the finder tool. Title, Windows Security. Yeah, I think actually let's do that. Yeah, I think that's the way to go. Let's do Git credentials. I think that's a way, because the Git credentials would wait. This obviously is not working. Let's do that. That just makes much more sense to me. Instead of doing this stupid like auth, wait, and all this garbage, let's just kill all of this. Let's go here. Let's just make like git creds. Here let's turn this back on. Git creds equals git credential, and then verb run as user should just be, I think we could just do git creds, right? No. That's not right. Is it just dash credentials? Verb. What do we just do? Verb get credentials. Dash get credentials, no? Oh, I gotcha. So instead of verb, it's just cred. Yeah. Let's just call this auth prompt. Perfect. I feel like that's good. Will the catch still happen on the Git credentials? I don't think it will. Which one's worth? Windows without password or Linux without password? I don't think it really matters, to be honest with you. Like, when it comes to securing, once I have access to the login screen, you're screwed. I've got you. So, in my mind, the only way to secure a system from like a physical attacker with credentials is to do like a drive encryption that authenticates if you have to authenticate that drive on boot. So whether that's secure boot, whether that's a Luke's type situation where it requires you to log in to unencrypt the actual drive, I think that's the only thing that matters. Once you get to the OS and you're presented with like a login prompt or a user and password, you know, the people that make like 16-digit passwords and just craziness, I'm just like, bro, it's gonna take me like maybe a couple minutes to break this. It's not that difficult, especially if you know you don't have basic drive encryption, those types of things. It's very easy to get in, especially in Windows and in Linux too. A lot of times, like Grub, you could just go right into single user mode, change what you need, or just do, hey, give me a bash prompt, and specify that, and then just do a PASWOD, and then change the Linux password too. So yeah, the prompts and stuff and actual user stuff doesn't matter. It's not much for security. That's why most sysadmins are like, I really don't care. On like a residential machine like this, it's like whatever. Let's see. All right, let's go with this. I want to see what this does. I think the get credential has a built-in wait, if memory serves me correct. All right, maybe one day they'll fix the scopes. All right, there's that. Scribe. Oops, my bad. Let's try that again. Did I not might not have typed my password in right? It's a very complex password. I don't give it out to very many people, but y'all are special. Nice. All right. So that works great. Let's clear that. Next up, we're going to try and do Python version manager. Now, if we did this right, fail. Can we just like cancel this? What if I cancel it? Oh, it's gonna catch. It's gonna do a catch. Hey, how's it going, Jennifer? I'm special. My mom said the same thing to me. Start menu interrupts my flow. All right, so this one, I feel like the start menu interrupts my flow whenever I use Windows. Any ideas? You can do GlazeWM, get around it. GlazeWM does a pretty good job. You can pretty much avoid the start menu and then just bind everything to hotkeys. I can even break an image-based distro. I can put that on my resume now. Tell you what. I think what we're going to do here, oh yeah, Jennifer's old school, man. She's been here since, I want to say, early 2019. She's one of my first official Patreons back when we did Patreon. I only did Patreon for about a year, but yeah, man, Jennifer's an OG. Okay, so now I kind of want to put this directly in the prompt, so then you kind of know what program it's going to try to install. I like that idea. Why'd you stop Patreon? You know, it was, they had some weird stuff going on at the time, and then I felt like I had to produce something for Patreon at least once a month, and I wasn't very good at it. And I didn't feel like, I know it was just like, hey, you can just donate wherever, at least with like streams. I know I'm giving you guys some value, or at least some entertainment, and I feel good about that. But with Patreon, I just didn't feel like I was delivering enough value to justify having a Patreon. And I wanted to try and move that to like christitus.com and then do like a more select type of thing. And I tried that for several years and doing like videos over there. And again, I just was not able to produce, I think, enough value. Originally, I was like, okay, I'm going to do christitus.com and do like maybe some courses or something in there and make that work. And it just never really came and worked really well. I was able to do like the toolbox and some other stuff and just give that out to the people over there that were members, but it just wasn't ever enough. And I just didn't feel good about it. And that's why I kind of just shut down both. yeah, that was kind of the history. Like, I'm still pretty new to all of social media. Like in 2018, the whole becoming a YouTuber thing was just because I was at my son's church camp, or not. It was like a teen life kind of thing. So it was just up there, and we were all chatting. And I was just trying to make small chat, with the kids around the table. I was like, "Hey, what TV shows are you guys watching these days?" Like, "Hey, I was watching DuckTales back in the day, some Darkwing Duck. I don't know." So I was just thinking of when I was that age, and every single kid around the table was like, "TV? Like you actually turn on a TV to a channel?" It looked at me like I had 3 heads. And I was like, "Yeah, you guys don't watch like TV?" And they're like, "No, we watch YouTube." And I was like, "Oh, like just YouTube?" They're like, "Yeah, I got this creator I like to watch." And actually I got 3 or 4 creators. And then they all like went around the table and was like, "Oh, I watch this guy and this guy." And then I was like, "Shit, I need to look at YouTube." So yeah. So for me, I was like, hey, in late 2018, I was like, oh, geez, I didn't know that was even a thing. YouTuber, right? Very late to the party. And then I looked up a lot of tech YouTube and I was like, I think I can do that. I got a special spin. I bet I could figure something out. I was terrible, but I was like, I'll just make a ton of videos until I figure it out. Much like coding, same thing. You just brute force, right? That's my method. I'll just throw stuff at it until I finally figure it out. And that's just how I approach everything in life. If I want something bad enough, you just hit it, and just make sure every time you hit it, you try something new, and then hit it at a different angle, and then another angle, and then another angle, and finally you'll get through. Same thing with YouTube. And then I was like, sweet, made it on YouTube, doing great. I was like, awesome. So then I was like, live stream sounds fun. That's cool. And I was like, I want to try to be a Twitch streamer. By the way, streaming on Twitch and getting through so much harder than YouTube. Like, I already had YouTube, and then I started Twitch, still fell flat on my face. So much harder to stream, be entertaining, kind of be able to interact with chat, just kind of get something going there. It is so much more difficult than making a 10-minute YouTube video. But I think it's totally doable. And it's something that I've been kind of like, okay, I'm going to figure that out. So I really tried to brute force my way in 2020, actually, with Twitch. And I tried 3 days a week. And then I was making like really long streams, like 7-8 hour long streams. It was crazy. And I had some success. Like, I got up to about 100 concurrent viewers, and it was going okay, but I was dedicating so much time, and it was just obviously the ROI was much better on YouTube. So it just made more sense to dedicate more time on YouTube. And then I was just kind of put it on the back burner for a couple years until about 2022 when Kang found me. Around that time I started coming back. Or actually, no, it was actually April or March or April back in 2023. I started streaming a little bit here and there, but it wasn't really until last April, I would say, when I really started going, hey, I need to be more consistent with streaming. And that's when, I really just needed to just buckle down and just say, okay, here we go. And really what caused that, where I was like, I can't not stream. two people really. It was really the first person I saw was the Primogen. And I saw the Primogen a year ago and I was like, holy crap, he started blowing up. And I was like, he started showing up on my YouTube feed too. And then I was like, okay, it's doable. He was my proof that a tech guy could make it on Twitch. I didn't think it was possible. I quit in 2020 because I was like, I hit the ceiling. There's just nowhere to go from here. That's it. And I was like, okay, I'll back off. Maybe I'll try it later. And then I saw what Prime did. And I was like, holy crap, that's something. And then a couple months ago, that's when I found Thor with Pirate Software. And I was like, whoa, that's insane. Like he took what Prime did. Man, he was like 3 or 4x'd it. I was like, holy crap, because Thor's just super entertaining. Dude, same with Prime. Where Prime's a little probably more niche because of his Vim and his programming, where Thor's probably a little bit more of a broader appeal. And I was just like, that's crazy what these guys are doing. And that's what I was like, oh yeah. Well, obviously you got to be streaming. If you're not doing that, then what are you doing? And that's why a lot of times I do my programming streams, or I do like a lot of the Twitch, because those guys really, I think, showed me it's possible just in the past 12 months. That's where we're at. It's kind of crazy. It's kind of cool too. So I love it. I love it. I think that's great. Yeah, 110 people watching on Twitch. Yeah, and I think on YouTube, I don't know. I don't really watch the numbers too much, so I'm sorry if I don't respond too much. Yeah, on YouTube, about 50. Yeah, and this is a really off time for me, so I usually average about 200 or 300 on YouTube, and usually a couple hundred over here on Tuesday, Thursday. Usually during the day is when I stream though. So this is a really late night for me, but I gotta fix this. I just gotta fix it, and might as well just stream it. Yeah, that's the thing. You gotta figure out the entertaining and the interactions and all that. Like that's the big thing. And that's something I still have a long road ahead of me to grow. So when I say Prime or Thor from Pirate Software, those guys, they're a lot better, a lot more entertaining, and it's just figuring out what works for me, finding my own style and how to interact and kind of tie that in. And there's probably some things I could probably learn or emulate from them, but they are very much well, Thor's probably closer to my energy level. Prime, dude, I don't know how he has so much energy. I'm envious. And he's super high energy, but I love how that is, and I need more tie-in, different scenes and other things, but you know, it'll all come with time. It'll all come with time. Any good ideas on a new system software setup? Any tips would be helpful. Ooh, new system. Well, Windows or Linux? Which you want to go with? Hey, Tails. Prime is literally and metaphorically bouncing on a ball all stream. I know. I love Prime. He's great. Yeah, Network Chuck. Whew. That's yeah, that's coffee. He's straight to the vein with the coffee, man. Love Network Chuck too. All right, we're good here with the user prompt. I feel like this is a solid, and we already checked it, right? So on this one, we didn't actually. All right, let's check our code. I think this pretty much fixes it. Oops. Well, of course it crashes right as we do it. Windows. I need to take another look at Atlas OS. I think Atlas is getting to the point where it's actually not a bad spin right out of the gate. I want to kind of take a lot of that, a lot of what they do and make that micro win. Micro win's pretty close, but doesn't have as much polish as Atlas does right now. Atlas is a pretty good starting spot though, as long as you're not browsing the internet and downloading a bunch of stuff. But even still, I think they do have a decent one. Again, I need to look at it again. It's been a year, but a lot of the last time I critiqued it, they went and took all that feedback, implemented all of it. Yeah, that's the one that does the AME playbook. And I like that. I think those guys, I always liked the AME playbook. I was like, this is a good idea. All right, here we go. Oh, the 24H2 a debacle. They'll walk it back before it publishes because the 24H2 is not out to the public yet. I'm on it. This is actually 24H2, and it didn't enable BitLocker by default. But 24H2 is not the first time BitLocker got auto-enabled. A lot of laptops out of the store have BitLocker auto-enabled, and you just don't even realize it. All right, do you want to attempt Spotify installation with specific credentials? No. Okay. Let's fix that. So if you say no, we need to make sure that goes over to... Okay. All right, skipping installation of specific credentials. Let's just go exit. And next up, we're going to go this way. And why doesn't that continue on that and go down to the chocolatey? Spotify is already installed. No, I installed it, I believe. Right? I did, right? I didn't, did I? Thank you, chat. It's getting late. I made a mistake. All right, let's get rid of Spotify. All right, now it's gone. Let's try that again, I guess. Maybe. Failed to install Spotify due to error. Cannot validate parameter ID. The argument is null or empty. Oh. Oh, because it was outside the if loop. That's why. Okay. So this actually just needs to be recompiled. And we should be perfect, y'all. This was a beatdown of a PR, but we're getting there. I'm doing it under somebody from chat. I don't even remember. It was like he gave me the pseudocode. We've just been manipulating it for like the past 3 hours. 4 hours. No, longer than that. Probably closer to 6 hours because we had to take a break in between. This is ridiculous, this commit. So now when we go install, I want this to fail. No, starting chocolatey. Obviously that doesn't work. Okay, great. Awesome. That's exactly what I wanted to happen. So now let's pick something that's not in WinGit. Let's go Python version manager, install. It says, do you want to attempt Python using, nah, let's skip. Look at that. We've got it. We've got the whole rundown. Tick each box. We got users. We first start with machine scope, tries a regular install. Then it tries user scope. Then it says, hey, do you want to install it under specific user credentials? Yes or no. I hate that interaction. I would love it just to go try it. And then if it fails, skip to the next. But here we are. It's Windows. It's just what we got to do. And then if you say no, it'll automatically skip and jump right down to chocolatey, and then it kind of gives you the package name. So you can kind of see, hey, this is obviously a chocolatey only package. That's why it's specified chocolatey. And if you put in WinGit NA, it'll auto use the chocolatey package. So that's nice. I like it. Can you build Revo uninstaller into your WinUtil? I think we had it in there at one time. I think we got, no, it's already in there. Yeah, Revo uninstaller is actually kind of nice because you can track down specific like orphaned registry entries. Yeah, if you don't have any password, you're doomed. Yeah, I mean, that's pretty much it. Just for that, that's why I kind of made the prompt too, because like you and I, we're just going to be like, nah, screw it. Cancel. I don't want to put my user credentials in. Just go to the next. And then it'll try to fail over to chocolatey, which is kind of cool. So that's a pretty good PR, I think, for our port. Now we got to see if we can actually commit this. Let's discard. Commit. Push. And then finally, we can finally come back to this PR. Refresh it. Oh my. What a crazy PR. We worked 6 hours on this PR. That's so shameful. It's so shameful. Oh man, I love it. All right, let's just approve. Move on with our lives, right? That is hysterical. Oh, let's resolve these conflicts, huh? Yeah, whatever. These are auto-generated, so I really don't care. It's just how this PR was done by this person. They did it like in pseudocode, and they didn't understand how PRs worked. But they were a programmer of some sorts. It's just, you know, they just didn't understand how the project worked. All right, I think that's good. All right, and then we got more. I know. Could have done this in like VS Code and be done with it. This was just such a beatdown. But I really, I've been talking about the chocolatey failover. I at least wanted to get something on the books tonight. And I was like, hey. And like I said, I'm not paying any attention to any of these because I really just don't care. They're all auto-generated garbage. Yeah, whatever. Let's just get this done. Merge, squash and merge it. Let's go. You okay, buddy? Yeah, you know. It was a rough. It's been a rough day. Wow. It's been rough. We've gotten there though. 6 hours later, 10 lines of code. It was more than that, but still, it felt just absolutely brutal. Just, it was a slog where you're just like, ugh. But I'm satisfied with the solution at the end of the day. It's not the best solution, but it's a solution with a chocolatey fallback and proper user prompts. Yeah, no. Hey, we got that done. We started the day with 18 PRs. So we got like a couple PRs in, and then I was just like, I really am tired of code review. I want to code something. I'm going to code the thing I've been saying for the last 2 years we'd have, a chocolatey fallback. And then as soon as I started, I immediately regretted my decision. I was like, damn it, why didn't I just do code review and finish these 16 or, you know, however many PRs it's been. I think this next merge is going to be wild. This next merge is going to be like 30 something PRs. Probably 20. I probably will deny about 10 of these. We'll see. It has been crazy. Now you a review for the coming month. Should we just let's just how many more can we get done? What is it? It's almost 11 p.m. Okay. Let's see. Goes the wrong repository, a trailing F character. Wrong branch there, buddy. Appreciate the view. What do we got? Jellyfin link player. Okay, yeah. Very basic PR. I like it. Let's just go approve. Get rid of the trailing F, squash and merge. It's a simple PR. Look at that, 13 PRs. How many can we get down? Get Kraken. Anybody use Get Kraken? Nope. Isn't it paid? What the hell is Get Kraken? Ah, paid. Looks cool.
Meet GitKraken Client, the #1 Git GUI trusted by millions of developers.
Really?
Begin your journey by
looks
visualizing your repo history with our interactive commit graph. If a merge conflict strikes, our powerful merge tool is there to simplify the process and fast-track resolution. With our dynamic workspaces, you can easily group repos, review their
Dynamic
status, and perform
workspaces.
multi-repo actions, streamlining your workflow.
Oh,
And when you add our other powerful features, your version control and team collaboration will reach new heights. Start your GitKraken journey and download GitKraken client for free today.
wow. All right. Get cracking. That narrator is trying too hard. I don't know. I was feeling the vibe he was throwing out. It was fine. I can appreciate someone that likes their stuff. I can't exit their YouTube video, but... So what's the pricing? What's the deal here? What's the shtick? You got one user. No. Pro. Per month, you pay $4. You get all cloud Git integrations. Create and manage, or no, self-host, one Git integration, one issue tracker integration, 25 cloud workspaces. Cloud workspaces suck. Any implementation of cloud workspace, I'm like, eh. Better focus, multiple profiles. Use the client free forever for solo devs on public and local repos only. Unlimited user with all team. So, okay, can't do private repos. That's fine. Local workspaces. Merge conflict tool. Public repos only. Cool. Easily resolve clamors with a visual 3-panel merge tool. That looks cool. Should I try this? Doesn't look bad. I think I can just do the free version, right? Yeah, you can't do private repos with this. They paywalled the private repos. Oh, Git fork? Oh, there's a fork of it? Oh, yeah. Here we go. Chat's giving me the good stuff here. Yes, let's switch this to a free fork. Git Kraken free fork. So where are the... I love the title of this. Would you recommend Windows 11 operating system to your friends and colleagues? No, I really wouldn't. Oh no, an app called Fork. Git Fork. Okay, let me try that. Oop. You never saw fit, girl. You see nothing. Git Fork. Free, fast, Finley. Oh, that's nice. Oh shit, it's paid too. Am I missing something? $60. Is it? Or free evaluation? Oh, it's one-time purchase. Okay, so you buy it once, but you get to use it forever. So it's not just a subscription forever. I mean, it looks cool. I don't know. Oh, it's free like WinRAR is free. They ask you to buy it, but you can use it forever. Oh, okay, so you can just grab it. Get fork. I wonder. I do like the one-time purchase, but if you can use it forever. Let's do WinGet search. Get fork. Yeah, get forks there. Man, I don't know. I want to just... I don't want to add Git Fork and Git Kraken. I can kind of see this out, but I don't like trialware. I'm kind of on the fence, but again, Git Desktop's not the best. That's a hard one for me. Git VS Code does have some good built-in tools now. I've been trying to get into them a while, but it's just kind of been rough. Yeah, I mean, GitHub Desktop is okay. But you just saw me do a bunch of conflict resolutions in the browser, and it would have been much easier to just be like, I'll take this one. This one for the conflict. Yes. That one. All right. Submit. Probably would have saved me a couple minutes. Having said that, we've been sitting here struggling over, do we go with this or do we not go with this for the past 5 minutes? So, yeah. Let's just do that. We're going to fetch this before I make a fool of myself and stay on this branch and forget about it. All right. It's interesting. I think we need to look at it. I just don't know if I can take this. Yeah, and that's where I was like, I don't know if I want to accept trialware like this. But at the same time, I realize there's a gap in the FOSS community. There's nobody really stepping up to do a Git fork or a Git Kraken. Both are good. I'm gonna have to sleep on that one. All right, update name and description for element. Fix name and element, underlying matrix. I think a lot of this I filled in with Copilot. Oh, matrix. That was the Discord alternative, I think. But okay. That looks good to me. It's an easy merge. Dude, we got so many PRs in this one. Dude, there's so many Discord. I think it's Gilded is the biggest Discord comparator that I've seen so far. Yeah, Element or Matrix or whatever you call it. Now, this is a new contributor, Marturic, and he has had some really good ideas. Optimizing download speed. Is he? Let's see if he switches to bits. I bet he does bits for WinGit. Or something like that. Let's see what we get. So we're doing invoke web requests is notoriously slow. That's true. Or URL where like license XML. Index the license file. Download asset where like stop. Okay. We'll have to spin up a whole new one just to try that out though. I'm going to go ahead and squash and merge it. It's a pretty baby commit, so I think that's fine. All right, Cap says I use fork, but only when I do a really big merge or rebase. Yeah, I'm trying to find a new workflow for all the pull requests because I'm getting, it's a great problem to have, but I'm getting like 10 to 15 pull requests a week on WinUtil. So if I go on vacation, I'm going to come back and have like 30 or 40 pull requests. It's going to be a little bit much. So I'm trying to think of a way to manage this and just get a little bit quicker. Change the compile script so the configs are compiled right into WinUtil. This removes the need to have a static download link. I like that. Hard link is a good commit to me. Agreed with Rux as well. Get child item for sync base. Okay. And then for the invoke. New item, path, oh no, shut up, item type, file, value, sync configs, oh no, shut up, 10 factory force. Okay. That's actually kind of nice. I like that one. I think he also made the O&O tweaks button and did a pretty good job on that too. Before we get too far in the weeds here, I'm just going to make sure everything compiles. Nothing's worse than accepting like 2 or 3 pull requests or maybe 10 pull requests. I've done that before. Accept all. And then I'll be like, oh crap, it broke. Which pull request was it? Totally would be me too. A little tired too, so that would something I definitely do. All right, we should be on test. Let's do a compile. Look at that. Look at that. All right. WinUtil being used to compile, and then WinUtil. I think I've compiled or done so many versions of WinUtil in here. It's just like I can't run this big ass script any longer. It's funny. Insomnia strikes again. Well, I'll probably sleep good tonight after this. Let's go tweaks. In this one, I'm going to just go, oh no, shut up tweaks. And we're going to just run, well, let's see. We'll click the customize. Let's see what happens on customize. We should have, oh no, shut up pop up. Perfect. Accept changes. So this is what I'm rocking right now. You can see almost all of it is recommended settings. Good. Ooh, Copilot's on. And all right. Disable search and taskbar. No. Search is gone. Okay, cool. So that's there. Let's just run this. So we're gonna try in the new tweaks by Merit Tech. Now if we hit the customize again, let's scroll down a little bit. And Copilot's still off here. I probably should disable Copilot and Copilot button. I think that is just new stuff that O&O just released. And I hadn't had a chance to update the toolbox with that. Anything else in here? But overall, looks good. So probably need to update the default tweaks again. A gilded server. Man, could you imagine an unsanctioned app like that? Oh, yeah, maybe it wouldn't be too bad. I don't think very many people would install it and use it though. So I don't think it would actually get overrun with a ton of people. I think that would actually be okay. I think that's what we would do instead of like a Discord. Although Discord's API tie-ins are really nice to where I love that, where you could have Twitch subscribers and like YouTube members and just say, hey, if you're either one, you can just tie right into the Discord, which is cool. Enable that. Verbose login. Show file extensions. Yep. Okay. All that looks good. All right, we're still good. And we're going to just WinUtil. Make sure we still got a good launch. Gravy. We're going to get down in the single digits. Here's another. Only install Cocoa if needed. I wonder how he plans on implementing this. Install Cocoa. Okay. So you have WPF fixes in WinGet. It would install for the WinGet force. And then we have the WPF get ISO right here. And then we have invoke form variables with the install here. This would be fine, but we probably also will need to install it with our new failback that we've just worked on. Have you checked out SourceTree as a Git client? I have not, Steven Seagal. Love your movies, by the way. Especially the most recent ones. Hilarious. Guilty pleasure of mine is watching essays of Steven Seagal on YouTube. There we go. There's entire YouTube channels made out of Seagal's latest movies, and they are pure gold. Love your WinUtil. I used it a ton for various builds I have. Nice. Generally run LMDE. Solid choice, man. Linux Mint's awesome. Debian edition. I find it does a good job at getting out of my way and letting me do what I need to do most. That's the way it should be. That should be your system. If you can just use your system and it never gets in the way, doesn't matter what system it is, it's the right system for you. I love it. This is actually pretty good. I don't mind this. Although he's not really removing chocolate anywhere, I don't think. Right here on this. Install WinGet if not present. So install Cocoa's right there. I think what we'll do, instead of just auto-installing chocolatey, I'm going to prove this. I'm going to submit I can't find any logic on how chocolatey, just because we just spent 6 hours making the logic happen. All right. There wasn't a fallback to chocolate at the point. We might need a fallback mechanism. Just made it. So we're going to squash and merge this. And I'm just going to say, oh, oops. Let me just cancel this. All right. So we'll just merge this and then move on. Looking at the files change, what we'll do is we're going to make a new PR. Let's pull down our origin, fetch it, should be good. And what we're going to do is, all right, then we have attempting chocolatey. Before this happens, we're going to install WinUtil Cocoa right there. And that's really the only thing we're going to do with this commit. Push that up. Oop, let's fetch, pull, and then push. All right. I think that's great. Source tree kind of looks like Kraken, but it's free. Okay, now y'all are speaking my language. I was about to say, we got to have a free that. Gotta have it. So let's go source tree. Source tree. The free Git GUI for Mac. Oh, here we go. Here we go. Commit with confidence. All right, let's do it. I think we'll change that Git Kraken guy PR and just say source tree's better. But first, let's see if source tree's worth a damn. Let's not be that FOSS guy. Source tree is there. All right, nice. Wait, is this the same thing? That is not the same thing. Oops. So source tree is not there in winget. Do you think Linux Titus Tech sounds better than Win Titus Tech? I don't know, man. That's a hard one. That's a hard one to say. It's the same thing. It's the same picture in both. All right. So who makes this? Oh, no, it is Atlassian. Okay. No, that was the right product. It's kind of weird. So it does say licensed proprietary. All right. She'll sell my soul and install source tree. Mac Titus Tech. Hey, I did that. It was a great, it was a very successful April Fool's, man. I did this last bit. Registration. Bitbucket. I don't mind Bitbucket, I guess. It does require an account. Okay. All right. Yep. All right. Skip. Confirm access. Read account stuff. Okay. Okay. Should be fine now. Registration. Sure. I'm so pro here. You totally didn't just see my email address. I don't know why I even bother anymore. Configure automatic line in. Yeah, sure. Configure global ignore. I like that. Sure. Oh, I missed the skip button. Okay. Now everyone's going to spam me. Bro, people are already spamming me. At this point, it's kind of like, eh. What's one more email a day? God bless it. It's a whole different email address I can just spam now. You know what? You guys. Do you have an SSH key you would like to load now? If not, you can click no and create one. Yeah, let's just no. All right. So then I add my GitHub. I'm actually probably more secretive on my GitHub than I am anything else. 1 second, got some two-factor going on. Oh, crap. Okay, well maybe I can't do that. Shoot, I don't have my two-factor on me. This will have to wait for another day. Oh well. All good. Cool. Well, I'm going to check that out. Is it though? Remember when someone alerted you the fact your address was showing in your DNS record? I was totally going to send you a pizza. Yeah. Yeah. How many times have I leaked my IP too? Oh my God. My firewall's always working over overtime all the time here. Although I don't really have, well, you know, probably like if someone was local, you could probably like war dive my Wi-Fi. I leaked my Wi-Fi, I think a couple times too. Yeah. Oh, geez, guys. Well, this was a beatdown of a stream. I gotta tell you, it was fun. That was a fun stream for sure. We got a lot done, and I feel good about everything we got. It's just, it took way longer than I anticipated. I don't even know how I'm gonna edit this. This is literally 8 hours of content. I'm gonna load it up, and people are gonna be like, what the hell? It's literally 8 hours of him staring at 10 lines of code. And I'll be like, have fun. I think I need to like make an intro for this 8 hour long live stream. And I gotta like say, hey, I'm sorry about this live stream, guys. But you're about to see 8 hours of torture. Enjoy. I feel like I have to do that to preface both these live streams from earlier today to now, because it's about eight to 9 hours worth of content. If you call this content. Yeah, doxing myself unintentionally. Yeah. Although I do live in Texas, so we probably won't have too many people showing up at my doorstep. And I don't really anger anybody, so I couldn't imagine pissing off anybody. I'm pretty straight-laced. All right, guys, I'm passing out. This was a fun time. I look forward to our next stream. I don't know when that's going to be. Maybe next Tuesday, but if I have some time this weekend, it could be this weekend. We'll see. Can you do a video on how to set up the auto login? Oh, yeah. Here, Kang, I'll just show you. It'd be more like a YouTube short than anything else, really. Just for you, auto login. So what I would do, you can just use the online script, just irmchristitus.com, launch the old utility. And with that launched, just go to config, set up auto login, put your user. You probably aren't part of a business domain, so don't leave that blank. And then put your super secret password. Mine's 1234. I've already doxed myself, so I really could care less about this Windows instance. And auto login is set. That is it. If you want to go that route, or I'll just leave it. It's fine. What's the system username? That's your name. So if you don't know what it is, you can just go echo environment username, and that's your username. So that's how you know the username. If you're unsure what your password is, you can run like NT password offline tool, zero it out. So real fast, to break into any Windows system, if you ever want to do that, you can do like NT password offline tool. But a lot of people think of this tool as a way to break into a specific account or like reset the password. Well, if it's an online Microsoft account, that's not going to work, right? Yeah, let's see. Online password, is it still there? Yeah, probably. Let's see. No, that's not it. Yeah, here you go. This thing has been around for ages. And what you could do is you can just download this, boot into it, and then instead of like resetting a password or trying to get into a Microsoft account, which you really can't do, what you can do is grab this, get into the SAM file, enable the local admin, which every Windows instance has. You enable the local admin, you set a password or not set a password. You can just leave it blank or whatever. I'd probably set a password since it's your admin account. And then boot back into Windows and then just type administrator and then the password. Boom, you're in. If you're fast, you can probably do it in a couple minutes. Definitely less than 5 minutes. But yes. And then you just directly edit the little Sam Hive, and boom, you're into any Windows. So if you ever get locked out of Windows, you could use something like this. This has been around for decades. I remember back when I first moved out and my roommate didn't unlock his computer and they put the cable modem in his room. I went into my roommate's thing and used that tool and broke into it, and the cable guy thought I was like some crazy hacker. It was hilarious. So, hey, that's pretty good. Oh, man. I got to finish those PRs, and then I think we're done. That's going to be a little bit. I think I might set up, I think I'm going to finish the rest of those 9 PRs offline, guys. I don't think I can do another stream with those PRs. I think I'm just going to sit there and crank through them one of these days. But I got to get some videos done for YouTube. I'm kind of falling behind there. I've had 5 days I was at my day job because they were doing the migration. And that really sucked away a lot of my time from old doing YouTube videos and Twitch streaming. That kind of sucked. So, but all right, let's end this. I'm sitting here rambling on. I think it is time for everything to come to an end. News is all. It has been real. And now I'm going to sleep. Peace.